Even in these borrowed clothes, I do no justice to this noble house. So I'll be as blunt as I dare. I'll be as crude as I am bare under this ill-fitting gown. I'll be as truthful as flesh and bone, which is all that I am now, and which is all that I own. I am Odysseus. I am Odysseus, son of Laertes, known the world over for cunning and guile and strength of mind. Odysseus, a hero of Troy. My fame is written in the heavens, and my fate too. And my wife is Penelope, and my son is Telemachus, and my home is Ithaca. But somewhere in the clockwork of islands and stars and gods, I'm lost. Nymphs have held me back. Armies have held me back. Witches have held me back. Sea monsters have held me back. The one-eyed mumbling cyclops. The mind-melting songs of the sirens. The deep narcotic of the lotus flower. The prophecies of the dead. Whirlpools, clashing rocks. This heart alone won't sail me home. And somewhere in this mad, wild, hurling clockwork of islands and stars and gods, I'm lost. It begins in glory, then tells of all the pain and misery the gods have dreamed up for me since. We sailed from Troy, victorious, Achaeans with no thoughts other than home. Ithaca, the outstretched arms of its bay, the love of our wives. The wind pushed us to Ismarus, land of the Cicones. We plundered the city, took meat and wine and women and grain to be shared equally among the men. Then I ordered the retreat. But my army was boggle-eyed with treats, went on slaughtering the lazy cattle and docile sheep, and while they butchered and ate and slept, the enemy grew, drew strength from further afield, gathered all night in the dark, then attacked out of the dawn mist, cut us down like stalks, flattened us into the battlefields. 6 men from every crew we lost. The rest of us skedaddled in the boats. Sick with grief, we saluted our dead, then swung our oars into the water, and rowed and rowed and rowed. Landfall came quickly. Before we knew it, the boats had run aground on a shelf, whispered to a halt in soft sand. Land, but not home. We'd heard the folklore of that place, rumors of a one-eyed freak roaming the cliffs. Cyclops, Poseidon's weird son. We should have steered clear, but the thought of food and fresh milk took us straight to his cave.
What? Gruckles? Infestors? Who squatting in Cyclops' cave? Who dodging and skulking in shadows in Cyclops' cave? Cyclops lonely. Cyclops on his own.
Oh, look at him. He's just a big kid.
He's grinning. You're right. He's a big soft lump, really. He likes us. He thinks we're his friend. Big, dumb animal.
Come on. Let's help ourselves to his fodder.
Wait a second. Let me talk to him some more.
It's fine. Hey, One Eye! How about me and you get our teeth stuck into that slab of cheese over there? I'll have the first bite.
You shout, Cyclops. Nobody, man. Cyclops hungry now for nobody.
Here I am, in the shadow.
Look how his pupil dilates. Wait till it stretches wide.
See me now? Here by the rock. Here's nobody for you. Do you see me? Do you see nobody?
Smash us to pieces.
The gods have deserted us. He's got the jaw of a lion.
And the teeth of a shark. This is doomed.
Hold your position. Here he comes.
Cyclops, eat now. Chew nobody's flesh. Bite out nobody's heart. Tear off nobody's head.
No!
Welcome, y'all. We're tuning in an hour later. Thanks for tuning in. Doing a little Sparta tonight, going to ancient Greece. And I hope you all had a great Sunday. What's happening, Brigadier? How are you? Welcome. Thanks. I will post it for download sometime soon. Looks like you arrived just in time. So this is mine. This is my overhaul for Sparta. What's happening? It's my old chat room. New one. Welcome. How was your day? Hope you had a good weekend. Yep, it was a rainy day today, wasn't it? Well, the #1 reason that I came onto Twitch was for socialization because I'm by myself most of the time. I should say on the weekends now. So you guys should have a cool chat room to hang out in. You know what I mean? If you guys come and hang out and you're going to Sparta, I want to take you to Sparta. I'd rather chat than play games. Dude, right on. Tell me the high point of your day. What was the best part of your day? And thank you. What was the best part of your day? Dude, that's too bad the Shamrock closed, huh? Best steaks around. What was the best part of your day? I'm exhausted. I've been tired all day. Your day was good? That's good to hear. Oh, dude, right on. That is a good day. Hell yes. Hell yeah. That's a great day. I bet they were. I freaking love kebabs, man. I got a whole family pack of sirloin tip, this big steak tips from Kenny's in the freezer. I love kebabs. I got a countertop grill too to put them on. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't played it. One broadcast that I would like to do is my daughter plays Odyssey. My daughter plays all the Assassin's Creed. My daughter's a freaking expert on Greek mythology. I'd love to have a live stream maybe for my birthday. My birthday's Halloween, and so we do a big live stream for Halloween for my birthday. But I'd like to do Assassin's Creed Odyssey where my daughter teaches me how to play it with you guys live on the stream, but my daughter will comment on the Greek mythology because she knows a lot. Yeah. Well, she'll teach me how to play it because she plays all these. She was the official Elizabeth for BioShock on Anime Network TV. One thing that I've never told the chat, my daughter has 2 million followers. But she doesn't stream. Yeah, on her other networks. My daughter's really, you know, in the cosplay anime conventions, the big ones like in New York and DC and stuff, my daughter's a judge for that stuff. On, what is it? Twitter. She does pretty much all. She does other networks that I don't do. I don't really know. No, it's just, that's what she does. Anime cosplay, she makes costumes, she's a judge, she was Elizabeth for BioShock. Yeah, and so that's her thing, that's what she does. And so I was a little, yeah, I thought it was impressive. I was like, wow. It's like, holy shit. She had like, I'm trying to tell her, I was like, why don't you live stream? I told her, I said, why don't you live stream your cosplay with your friends and show off your costumes? And when you make your costumes, you should live stream that. Turn your webcam on, live stream it when you guys are creating your props and stuff. When they're at the conventions and they're doing, you know, runways and they're judging the costumes and stuff, they should live stream that. She's one of the people that sits there on the table and, you know, talks about their panel judges. Yeah. That's her world. Besides living history and stuff. Yeah, I miss my daughter. Hopefully she'll be visiting soon. Right. I went to my first comic convention, I think I was 10. I was 10 years old. I went to a anime. We didn't have anime back then. It was like Speed Racer, and that was it. We called it a sci-fi fantasy convention. Like we used to go to Gen Con when we were kids back in the 80s, Dungeons and Dragons. But I went to one in Boston. I was in Boston, I was like 10 years old, with friends on vacation, and we went to the sci-fi convention. It was awesome. I was 10 years old, I got to hold a real Star Trek phaser from like the TV show. And so that was pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, she's been doing that for 15 years. She's been doing Living History for 15 years. Yeah, I was a little surprised. I was like, wow, you got a really big... I don't reach out to I have friends who have a lot of followers. They have huge networks, but I don't reach out to them for their help. That's not why I'm here. I'm not here for the same reasons as everybody else. So thanks for coming in and chatting and making the dream real. Making the dream real. I want to buy Cragastone in Emmitsburg and have it all remodeled and live there. So dude, Sparta, where are we at? What do I have for you guys tonight? I got all kinds of fun stuff for you guys tonight, so in case you missed it, we have our Cyclops tales. Oh yeah, we got all kinds of tales tonight.
Even in these borrowed clothes, I do no justice to the story.
But I don't know how long I'm going to be on. All kinds of fun tales and videos of Hercules.
A bloody battle ensued, and Heracles and his companions.
And I think last time we got married. So I think we're married now. We have like 4 fiefs. We have 4 fiefs. We became a vassal. We got married. And I think we have 3 or 4 villages, and we're fighting for Sparta. And I can't remember a whole heck of a lot. The last time we played was probably a couple of months ago, probably last month. I get around to playing all our Warband mods usually every month. The one that I've got on hold right now is Parisno. I usually play Parisno on Sundays because Mikader usually does his developer stream on Sundays. That he does the dev stream for Parisno on Sundays, and we all usually hang out for that. But it's summer, and so he hasn't been on much. So that's why I usually stream Parisno on Sundays, because you get the dev stream. It kind of gets you all pumped up to play Parisno. When you watch Mikader's dev stream, you're like, oh, we're really going to play Parisno, you know, and they're actually creating assets and creating armor. Allegio's creating stuff on the stream as we're chatting, and he usually does giveaways and things like that, and so it gets you all pumped to play Parisno. That's why I started playing Parisno on Sundays. But we haven't played Sparta in a while. I want to play some Gecko Koyu too this week, because we're trying to freaking start a civil war with the Shogun, and we're having a hell of a time doing it. We've done 2 streams and still haven't been able to start a civil war. And that's one game, Gecko Koyu, where I will take over the entire map. I don't usually do that. I adventure through the world and experience and share history and lore and things like that. But with Gecko Koyu, the challenge is to take over the island, because that was real history. It is what happened, the character that we're portraying. story behind this character like last night. Kieran, yeah. Let me copy and paste something for you. I have a clip, and I will have to clip that I'll have to clip it. Where I was talking all about this. Day one, for example, on my YouTube channel, if you watch my first looks, first play, or first day of a campaign, I go into a lot of detail about lore and things like that, like on my YouTube channel. But yes, there is, and thank you for asking. No. So wow, they put that in Percy Jackson. I had no idea. So Kieran was the centaur that the gods would take their children to be trained in battle. And so Achilles was trained in combat by Kieran. Hercules was trained in combat by Kieran. But it's just a name that we chose because I love the story. I love the tale. It's great. Yeah, here we go. Right on. And so that's why I chose the name. What's shaking, TJ? Good to see you, buddy. What's happening? I'm doing all right, dude. I'm just tired. I'm all right. It's good to see you, buddy. What's happening, TJ?
That's a nice head you have on your shoulders.
Where you been, buddy? How was your weekend? I hope you had a good weekend. How's the MS treating you? You hear me clicking? Clickety click. Good to see you, TJ. How's the temperature and the Big Onion? It's been nice here, actually, in Gettysburg, man. I think it's been nice here compared to the rest of the country, but I know how hot Chicago gets. Chicago gets serious hot. So I hope you're staying cool, pal. And what's the word on the interview and job process and all that? Someday I will hire you to roll my joints. Dude, good to see you, TJ. Let me know how you're doing. I'm doing great, TJ. I'm just exhausted. It's probably from narcolepsy. Probably doesn't have anything to do with MS. My legs are doing pretty good. I've been up on my feet. Haven't been in my wheelchair very much. But my right leg just kind of feels like a dead piece of meat kind of hanging there. You know what I mean? But I'm not complaining because I don't have no pain. So I'm good. The dizzies are about gone, really. It's just faint. A week ago, I couldn't freaking walk. I was too dizzy. Hitting the gym. Dude, you gotta be kidding me. You're going to the gym? I'd love to be going to the gym. I hope that I can work up to that because I'd love to be going to the gym every week, man, working out on the machines. One of the things I want to get, dude, is I want to get a rowing machine, right? Because that'll build up my arms. Because as time goes on, I'm going to be spending more time in a wheelchair as I get older. And so I want to build up my arms with a rowing machine. You know what I mean? Me too, man. Dude, I always met the best, cutest, single, my age, college professors at the gym. So my last girlfriend says to me, she says, well, I have 2 master's degrees. I said, oh, you can count. And I said, they're not degrees from the United States, so it doesn't count. I love the gym too, man. I miss going to the gym. I used to go to, yeah, you can count. I miss going to the gym, dude. I cancel my cable TV cancel my cable TV 15 years ago. So if I wanted to watch TV, I had to go to the gym. And so I get on the treadmills, get on the machines, flip on whatever I wanted to watch a show, go to the gym. Save money and work out and watch TV for free. It was the way I forced myself to go to the gym. No internet, TV, the only thing to do is to go out and run. I used to run 10 miles every day. It saved my life. 2005, I was given a year to live because of hemochromatosis. I rejected that diagnosis and I went to the gym. I was in the hospital for a long time, but then I went to the gym and I turned my health around. I accomplished something great. I really did. So I hiked the Appalachian Trail for a hereditary hemochromatosis charity, and GNC was my sponsor. One of the trainers for Vitamin World was one of the guys who supported my effort to do that. And so I reclaimed my health. And so I faced death before from serious illness, and I beat it. And so, what's that all about, Warlord? That's all about, my goal is to get back to the gym, wheelchair or not, right? 2 castles and a village now is a Dark Knight vassal. Right on, so you're, oh, right on, banner page. Banner page. I was reading that Banner Lord. I always confuse the two because the names are so familiar. It's good to see you guys. Let's see what's going on in here, man. Smoke them if you got them. I got some really gnarly, smelly nugs. They're freaking delicious. I think we got a siege going on. And so if you guys are familiar with Sparta, which you probably are, and this is the, as usual, this is the Warlord edition. And so I've changed a lot in this as usual. And I've covered it in several streams and several videos. In any event, let's see what I got right here. Kick mouse button 4. Weapon, do we have crouch, crouch, crouch? We should. Do we or don't we? Because I want to know if we can use that crouch or not. It's not in here. Cool. Where are we at? Day 232 of Chiron, who is not a centaur. But wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that be cool if the new version of Sparta for Bannerlord has centaurs in it, and a cyclops, and a Medusa, and an open world sandbox tail worlds environment? Wouldn't that be bitchin'? Harpies and shit? That would be bitchin', huh? Right on. See the boobies? Did you see the boobies? So let's see what's up with Chiron. I need to mod this texture, you guys, so you're looking at it before. This texture is okay, and I was looking at it when I'm talking about the green grass texture. The trees are great. By the way, yes, all the textures I've modded. All the textures I've modded. And so this is optimized. This mod has been optimized. I took all the textures and I resized them so that they are more kosher with one another, so that you don't have a tiny little pebble that's got a gigantic texture on it. You don't need to load a gigantic pebble, a gigantic house-sized texture for a tiny little pebble. And so I've gone through about 4,000 textures and optimized them all, right? And so, of course, Warlord from Twitch is the ruler of Sparta. So we have I am Sir from the land of We have a the word siege. Siege. Hey, what's up, Dane? That's a cool touch, Dane. Adding Warlord into, dude, you're hilarious. I'm in a few mods. I'm in Parisno. See if you guys can find me in Parisno. I'm in Parisno. Dane, good to see you, dude. How's the Dane today? How's our favorite Dane? By the way, in banner page, I have 2 castles, a village dark. Dude, that's a trip, man. Hey, Brigadier, man. Post some screenshots on the screenshot channel on the Discord, on our Discord. You guys, good to see ya. Viking fucking Minecraft. I wish you were streaming, bro. Because Dane does some really different stuff, man. He's innovative. And Dewstead, big hugs, man. If you roll out of here, TJ, get some rest, dude. It's always good to see ya. You're always welcome in Gettysburg, man. Come do Walk MS with me, TJ. TJ, if you're going to the gym, dude, come do Walk MS with me, man. Let's go do Walk MS in Washington, D.C. We'll live stream the whole thing. Holy shit, so where are we at? You see this ground texture? It's too light. I don't like it. It's quick, it loads fast, it's really low kilobytes and everything. We got to go bust out this hideout. That's going to be crazy, right? But it's a little light green. I might make it a little darker. It's just a personal touch. So what will I do? I will go and I will look and I will see what kinds of plants are growing here in the Peloponnese, what types of monocots and dicots, and what color this landscape actually is. And so then we'll find a tone that's similar, just because I'm wacky like that. So let's go to Knossos. We're gonna go find the freaking Minotaur. Yep, holy shit, look at us, we're kicking ass. We're all in the red. Look at all the land we got. Now, the big bad wolf hasn't come knocking on our door quite yet, but they're gonna. They're coming. Yep, Persia's coming. Big map, isn't it? No shit, look at us. Man, you guys, let's go, 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 man. Who wants to go to Santorini? Drink some margaritas under those blue domed houses. Bitchin'. Rock and roll. Thrace, awesome. Just looking around a bit. So what's my goal here? What do I want to do? I want to take Ithaca. And so I modded this. And so this is Ithaca, Sami, as it should be. And so we'd like to take, and so I looked at old maps in any event. So I renamed a few things as to what they should be rather than just guesses. Okay? And if I do something and it's a guess, I'll let you know it's a guess. If I tell you something's accurate, it's accurate. If I tell you it's horseshit, it's horseshit. If I tell you my shit's horseshit, my shit's horseshit. And so this is pretty damn close, 90%. And so I want to take Ithaca, but what are we looking at? We're looking at a garrison. I think the last time I checked, this has a garrison of about 600 troops. We're eventually going to take it, but I want to be the one to get it. He's not our king. Our king, Archidemos, is not going to give us Ithaca because we've already been granted like 3 or 4 fiefs. So let's see where Kiran is. Right? And you guys, I will post this mod on Discord. I'll post a link to it. On my own private server where you guys can download this if you do want to play it. I think maybe 1 or 2 people have asked for it. You can no longer download this mod, but I will upload to you guys what I have along with my changes. And I think you'll find the mod will run better. It'll run a little faster. You guys will probably have less crashes. So we have 4 Chrysos. It's got nothing to do with coding. I'm not a coder. I'm a texture artist. And so you guys, we have 4 villages. Chrysos, which kind of sucks because you know we want a fortress. We want a hall of our own. Who doesn't want their own hall, right? And so we fight under the ban of Sparta and Archidemos. And if anybody is interested in this history of anything about ancient Greece, anything about ancient Sparta at all, I highly recommend the lovely super hot fox Bettany Hughes on YouTube. I think I'm going to post I'm going to create a documentary channel on YouTube for the stuff that I watch and stuff that I recommend. And so I hope you guys pick up on that. We're going to get into the siege. We might crash. We'll probably die 10 times. If you guys haven't played Sparta, Sparta's tough. Sparta's hard. The combat's different. One of the things that I'd like to do with this mod is I'd like to mod the animations, because the spear animations are really limited. They're very overwhelmingly pro over the shield, where in, for example, Viking Conquest Balance Mod 13 or even Britain Walda or even Vanilla Warband, the spear combat is, for me personally, it's great. But this spear combat, it's a challenge, it's its own game. We're not playing Warband, we are playing Sparta. When you're playing Parisno, you're not playing Warband, you're playing Parisno. And so this is different. I've adapted as best as I can. I enjoy the challenge of trying to fight something a little differently, but at the same time, I'd like to have some good spear combat that I'm really used to. You get me in spear combat in Britain Walda and Viking Conquest, it's a different animal. I'll kick ass. And that's just, I played a lot of it. I like those spear animations. And so I wish we had some options with the spear animations in this. For example, to use the SPARTA spear animations versus the vanilla warband spear animations with just a simple toggle. For example, you could go into the camp menu and you could turn the vanilla ones on or the vanilla ones off, and SPARTA ones on, SPARTA ones off. Be able to choose between the two animations, because these are a little tricky. And shout outs to the mod dev if you ever do watch my videos, and he did watch my videos a while back. I love his mod. I love what he's done with it. This is his mod. It's the way he made it. Take it or leave it. That's the way it goes. The guy yanked his mod off the internet because he got tired of taking grief from people. When people kick something out there, you got a painting, you hang it on a wall, take it or leave it. But don't stop and bitch about it. Keep walking. Simple stuff. What's happening, y'all? Stick warfare. There's a Minotaur in this mod. No, but I'd like to put one in this mod because it would be too easy to put one in this mod. And we could put one in this mod because all the assets for the Minotaur exist in Warsword Conquest. So you take the Minotaurs out of Warsword Conquest and you put them here in certain places like a bandit's lair. Change a bandit's lair into a Minotaur lair. And it's a quest for, say, a king. Wouldn't it be bitchin'? Bring the king Medusa's head, and you actually have Medusa's head in your inventory, but don't look at it. Wouldn't that be fun? And it's all doable, too. Crimson, what's shaking? Big hunk, thanks for the kind company today, sister. If you guys don't follow Crimson, please do. Crimson's good company. You guys usually find me hanging out on Penguin's channel or Dan's channel, Junkyard Dan or Crimson. Crimson, good to see you, girl. Thanks for the company today. You hear these guys freaking moaning and groaning in battle and shit. Oh my gosh, holy shit, you guys start rolling in. You guys like my screens? Can you name the game? I like this old game I used to play and I like the screens, so I threw them in here. All the music that you're listening to is mine. The screens are all mine. I redid the, I want to show you guys something, and then we're going to smoke a bowl in Crimson's honor. You guys go and freaking Crimson. Who's going to be Crimson's 300th follower? Who's going to be her 300th follower? 300th follower on Crimson's channel gets a postcard from Gettysburg Battlefield. You don't even have to come and get it. Not much playing a game called Computer. I saw something like that. Dude, 292? I'm 7. I'm 7. So you guys like these screens? You like the music except for the freaking people? All right, these guys are going to get stuck. Holy shit. What are you doing? Chat with me. It's why I'm here. Follow the house rules. Do not advertise. Unless I put your lemonade stand in my front yard. Be positive and friendly. No racism, sexism, or bullshit allowed. Dr. Greenbuds will throw you through a tree. Teach kindness, be good examples, share solutions, and be transparent as best as you're comfortable with. Be a good link in this chain, always. Legalize herb for dying people. Move towards the sound of battle, always. Adopt animals and fundraise for good causes. Find a cure for multiple sclerosis and go throw Crimson a follow. I'm 7. Then it had to get shut down. My dad played that game in real life and had a business out of it. It had to get shut down. My dad played that game. Dude, 292. Computer building simulator. Interesting. Dude, I'll teach you how to build a computer in 5 minutes. I have never ever purchased a computer ever in my life. I have bought every computer. I have built every computer I've ever owned since the 70s. In the 70s, my dad bought a Tandy 2000 and my mom bought a Commodore 64. But ever since the 90s, the mechanic at my company sat me down, showed me how to build a computer. I built an Apple 3.0. Yeah, it was the Windows 3.0. Yeah, it was on an IBM Xerox platform machine. 10 years later, I learned how to build apples. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, building computers is so easy, you guys. I've been doing it for more than 30 years. In the last 30 years, I've never purchased a computer. I build my own. They're easier than a lawnmower. So, dude, ace it. Exactly, Dane. It is. It really is. You can't go wrong. Until you buy a specific freaking parts to throw a machine together to try to upgrade it, and you buy the wrong parts and you put all this shit together without realizing they're not compatible for upgrade. So that's where I'm sitting with my machine. That's why I can't upgrade the power supply and the GPU. I now have to upgrade my entire PC. I have to get different motherboard, tower, everything. So a lot of stuff out of this PC and my other PC I can totally use to build a new PC. I have an i5 processor that's kick-ass. I have the best i5 and I'm not even using it. But in any event, computers, what are you doing? How's your night? What's shaking, 292? What was it called? Yeah, Al Jorgensen's band, right? Front 242. I'm on an i7 right now, but it's like a 3000. My i5 is a 6000. It's a kick-ass i5. But I blew that hard drive out of that machine, so I'll use one of these machines to stream my art streams. I'll have an art area with a separate computer that I can just switch back and forth. Which is one of my goals. I've been concentrating and trying. I wish I could spell. Come on, fingers, work for me. Who's the invisible person in the room? I use a Logitech, one that's comfortable to my hand. Heck if I know, dude. I forget what it's called, and I can't see. It says L-O-K-I. Loki. There she is, rock and roll. Dude, how was your pizza? Right on, Dane. Yeah, you know what, you guys? When I was back in high school, 1980. In 1980, I was telling my binary teacher, right on, Crimson, always. I was telling my computer teacher, you guys, this will blow your mind. All right, so it's 1980, 1982. I'm telling my computer teacher, we have binary courses. We were learning Pascal and COBOL, okay? And so I'm telling my computer teacher back in 1980s, I said, someday, I said, everyone will have a computer in their house. I said, we won't have TVs anymore. We won't have radios. You'll have one unit, it will be your computer, and that will be all your entertainment. He said, bullshit. He said, computers are only for programmers. Everyday people will never have computers in their homes. This is what my computer teacher told me in 1980. And I told him no. I said, someday TVs and radios will be gone. The computer will be the center of the home. That's where all your entertainment will come from. And I told him, someday you'll have one little square like a marble that you could put in your pocket. I'm like 13 years old. I'm telling my computer teacher this. I said, we'll have a square, a little square like a chiclet, piece of bubble gum. And we'll tell the bubble gum, I want to listen to the Beatles, Rocky Raccoon. And then I can put it in my pocket or I can put it in my ear and it will play the song that I told it to play. He said, bullshit, that's science fiction, that will never happen. That's what my teacher told me. So 20 years later, he's mayor of our town and I got onto our city forums and I corrected him after all those years. I said, how's your computer sitting now? How about that? Thought I would share. We used to watch the Jetsons in the 70s and they would go over to a little square box and they'd push a button, their food would come out all nice and hot in about 2 seconds. And then we had microwaves. Holy shit, they all left. They got eaten by the fucking Cyclops. You believe this shit? So what do you guys want to say? Oh, those Amazons. That one. So, we're going to go on a siege. Let's check my health. I think this must be where we left off on last time. This is where we left off on last time. Just about to engage in this siege. So let's do it. Man, it's hot as hell in here. What the hell? I got the AC cranked. Man, I'm gonna have to pack this place in ice. Holy shit. Spear combat. Oh, Zeus. I'm gonna do a watch party, you guys. Jason and the Argonauts. Who wants to watch? Yep. So I figure I can just do a watch party and not publish it. We can watch whatever we want. It'll be totally crazy. We're gonna watch Freddy Got Fingered. Daddy, would you like some sausages? Daddy, would you like some backwards man, the backwards man, the backwards man, the backwards man, the backwards man. Dude, I was gonna play Viking Conquest tonight. That would be a good question, because where my daughter is concerned, usually when she tells me something regarding history, I give her the last word on that. Because if she shares something with me from history, she's done her homework. And she can prove it. Yeah. I told her, there's a game that I got her for her birthday that's really phenomenal. And it's about our culture way up north, and it's very unique, and most people don't know anything about it. Not the game, but the actual lore. And she knows a great deal about it. And so I got her this game, and I really would like her to stream it. I'd like that to be her first stream. I can't remember the name, but I know all about the game. And so I'm going to try to get her to do that and really share some culture and lore from our folk. Way up in Lingonberry land. And so what are we sitting at, you guys? What are we sitting with here? Kiran, my man. Hippodemos, Silanos, Helisos, Anasagoras, Polykleotos, Serios, Aristinimos. The guy did such a good job on the names. Hippocrates, Kletos, Asnos. These are all of our companions. We got about 20 companions. I think I have them organized by how much I'm paying them. Karush, we just picked up Karush. We got Eutycles, and we also got freaking Socrates himself, and we got Socrates. Did you guys know, when you guys read all those quotes by people like Aesop or Socrates or, who am I thinking of here? If a man has a library and a garden, he has everything he needs. Eupodemus, I think, is my favorite. And he always writes, you know, in a man's old age, a daughter is always closest to his heart. Things like that. But most of those things, these guys never actually wrote that down. That was passed down through oral tradition, and that stuff was written down later. So Socrates actually never wrote anything down, ever. But he was an orator, and so he would teach that in a public forum, and they killed him for it. But what's happened at Warhorn? Yeah, Plato, there you go. Well then, see, not all of them, but most of these guys didn't write it down. Most of that was written hundreds of years later. Somebody else wrote down what they had said. Yeah. So you guys get the idea. It's just, you know, a lot of people think that these guys actually wrote this stuff down, but the majority of them did not. It was written down later. But it's still good stuff, you know. Yeah, I did know a great deal about Greek history when I was younger. And so in any event, our companions, I'm always looking for a word. And so I redid the Amazons, and we would look at the Amazon troop tree really quick. And so I redid the Amazons. And I also made Amazons and female female warriors also more accessible. Also, I do have the nude mods for this, so you do have naked people running around fighting on the battlefield. But for streaming purposes, I don't run that mod when I'm streaming because I don't want naked chicks running around the battlefield like people would be tripping out. So that mod, I will make that mod available if you guys want it. I don't think you can find it anywhere anymore because you can't get this mod no more. But if you guys do want to do, you know, realistic nudity, that is available. I have that if it's not available anywhere else. And I did redo, I think I did redo the men and the women a little bit. I think I may have put tunics or like loincloths on the women, right? Anyway, so we have our troops. So Cassandra and Chloe are done up as Amazons, and I'll show you guys the troop trees. And so as usual, this is ancient Greece, so the most of this is infantry. And so we have a plethora of different hoplites, epileptos, you guys get the idea. So from the different cities we've cruised around in, we have a bunch of different troop types all from Sparta. Okay, and so we have our Spartans that we've been amassing. We keep them as our reserve. So we got about 60 top dog Spartans. We got some Amazons. So you guys see I redid the Amazons. I redid the Amazon. I added to the troop trees. Amazon hoplites. Right on. So that's what we're looking at. And I'm going to talk myself out of energy. Requests. Where are we at? Did I not put them in here? Here we go. They're not here. Where did I put them? Pardon me. Who's played this mod, or at least who's played the original version of this mod? I haven't ever kicked out the Warlord edition. What am I missing, guys? What am I missing? Per mercenaries, what am I missing? Where's it at? Where did I throw these guys? We haven't played this in a while. Look at these guys, are freaking awesome. Look at these Persians, man. They are bitching. Dude, who wants to go play Thrace, right? Thrace. With Spartacus. Am I missing them? They're probably right in front of my eyes. I can't remember where I put them. But they're in here. So what we'll do is we'll go see them on the battlefield, right? That's even better. We'll go see them on the battlefield. Awesome, awesome. Let's go. Where we going? Troop trees. Morale report, companion overview. 9. Return. Where we going? Character reports. Bitchin', 4 friends, 0 enemies. We own 4 centers. Member of the Spartan League faction. And so I think I changed the names of a couple of the factions as well. And so the Athenians, I made them Athenians. The Spartans, I made them Spartans. Let's see, faction relations, Lord Holdings, morale report, companion overview, character and companions, rock and roll. And here's our heroes in our warband. It is warband after all, right? Anasagoros is our engineer. Silanos, Socrates. Check him out, check him out, check him out. Look at this guy, he's the freaking Elvis of ancient Greece. I love it. Chloe, Sereos, Asnos, Cassandra. We have a couple of companions that we need to track them down because we should have 3 girls with us. And so we probably got split up in battle. Also, I gave these girls some kick-ass. There's a bunch of cool assets in here that I went ahead and I mixed these guys up. So these Amazons, I gave them really bitchin' cool, unique shields, right? And I gave them much better armor. I think I'm going to shine that up, make that brass and gold instead of the black tar. And they've got these tiaras, which will give them magical armor power from Athena herself. Awesome. Bitchin', bitchin', let's go, go, go. So the thing is, right off the bat, we've got this siege. And so where are we at? Our main village, that we are the lords of Chrysos, which is here by Delphi. Now, one thing that I'd like to see in Delphi that I'd love to put in there, okay, is where we actually go and we visit the Oracle of Delphi and make it like a really cool scene. And we could go to the Oracle of Delphi to get quests, right? Like Medusa's head or something. Wouldn't that be bitchin'? So we're gonna go, we're gonna get in, we're gonna join the fight, we're gonna die. What do we got? Inventory, how we doing? Oh, we're kicking ass. Hope you guys can see that behind my cam. We got a couple of books. We got some good books. We got some horses. I don't think I have any riding skills, and I really don't care if I have any riding skills. I don't really give two shits about riding a horse. You ride a horse in this, you go anywhere near a shield wall against these ancient Greeks, you're gonna get freaking, they're gonna chew you up and spit you out on that horse. You know, I'd rather be in the shield wall, shields to shields, bashing shields and fighting battle anyway, right? Check it out. I love these, man. Goat milk, right? I love it. I love these items. Cabbages, look at this. Look at how he did the grapes. So nice. And so this is all original from the original mod. I love the original mod. Look at this. So sweet. Chiron. I'm going for shields. I'm looking in the markets high and low. I'm always looking for shields with centaurs on them, like Chiron. And you guys, I'll get caught up on chat here in a minute. I'm sitting there going overboard on the Yama. What's shaking, y'all? Greek history, medieval. Dude, let's, no, you know what, Brigadier, I gotta tell you, I don't like the, wait, can you show the Persian troop tree? Sure I can. I don't really like the tournaments in this. I think they suck. And you'll see, I'll fight a tournament, it's stupid. It's like you get hit with the quarterstaff once and you're dead. It's just, I kind of expected, you know, like a Greek arena, and the format of the tournament's a little more warbandish, but again, this isn't warband. This is Sparta. You know what I mean? It's a whole different animal. It's not warband anymore. It's a totally different game. So we'll get in. I fight the tournaments anyway just because they're trippy and they're fun, you know? But they're just kind of goofy. They're, I don't know, you get hit once. In this game, you're going to get hit once. You get hit once with a spear, you're dead. I mean, it's like real life. You're going to get hit a few times. I'm not beyond playing this on easy. I think I have it on normal, but I'm not beyond, like this and a World of Ice and Fire, I'd play on easy. Just because I get tired of getting killed with one spear thrust, you know? But that's the way the Zed Paulo made the mod, and I respect that. This is his game. Here it is. Play it. It's a challenge. Don't bitch about it. Overcome those challenges. I'll do my best or shit. Put it on easy. You know? So you said Persian troop trees, dude. See, I even remembered that. How about that? The Persians look freaking bitchin', man. I think they look awesome. Look at this guy. Look at his armor and shit. Look at their hats. It looks like a Hershey's, like, you know, the Reese's, you know, yeah, Reese's. It looks like a Reese's cup. Look at that. Peanut butter cups on their heads. You can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with the freaking peanut butter cup on your head. Look at the purple. He's got Donny Osmond's jacket on. Bitchin'. Look at this guy. He's wearing a muumuu. That's all I'm ever going to wear from now on. Yep. Free as a bird, baby. Free as a bird. Look at this guy. He's got the best bitchin' badass suit in the freak. Look at that. It's all trippy. These guys are bitchin'. We have not had any wars with Persia at all. They have not invaded. They haven't gone to war. Now, I could make them go to war. And I think I actually might. I might make Athens. On our next stream, maybe I'll make Athens and Sparta allies and go to war, have Persia invade. It's August 8th, 420. Who's 420? Let's go. You guys want to fight? How's our health sitting? We're at 65, 65. We got a 159 one-handed, but it's irrelevant. 207 in pole arms, man. I'll feel a lot more confident. No elephants. I don't know, dude. I don't know. We could put some in there. Wouldn't that be cool? The best luck in Minecraft. Right on, Dane. The Persians, man, they're bitching. I love their cities and everything, man. The markets, when you go over to Persia, looks fucking totally cool. It's really neat. I love exploring through warband worlds. Guys, thanks for the chat, all of you. And Crimson, if you're chilling and resting and relaxing, dream good dreams. Rock and roll, you guys. So where we sitting? 18, 18, 12 intelligence, 15 charisma. We're sitting at level 30, so we're not getting our asses handed to us every battle anymore. And guys, I haven't played this in like a month. And the combat animations are really different. This isn't vanilla warband. This isn't Viking Conquest. And if you guys have played this, you know the drill. Look at the size of the armies, 400. We're freaking besieging this place. These guys are rolling away. How many they got left in there? 813 freaking enemies garrisoning that sucker. We are gonna die. Holy shit. So should we get in? Should we get in? Should we get in? You guys wanna go fight? You wanna go fight, don't you? No shit. Should we take our bow in there? Shit, we need a spear, man. We need a spear. We got our Toxov, we'll use our bow. We'll pick up a dory. We'll pick up a spear off the ground. We'll take our bow though. We got our books, +1 wound treatment. +1 to pathfinding. What do we got here? +1 to surgery. We got 3 horses. We got some javelins. Oh, also, I added a bunch of stuff into the marketplace that was not in the marketplace. For example, those wooden javelins. Now when you guys play this Warlord edition of the stuff that I changed in here, now you get javelins in all the markets. So you'll see stuff where it really should be. Like javelins, you couldn't get them at all. You had to get them off the battlefield, but I couldn't get them in the markets anywhere, not from Persia to Sparta, anywhere. And so I went around and I changed the marketplaces, man. The torches, I'm pretty sure, yeah, the torches, I threw into a lot of the tier 1 lower level troops so that there's torches in those nighttime scenes. In ancient Greece, it looks bitchin'. So I love taking a torch and going and setting the enemies on fire. Oh, let's go. What time of day is it? It's noon. Let's kick some ass. How many troops we got? 191. Everybody looks like they're all healthed up. Let's fight, fight, fight. We are married. We're married. We got married. Did we look at our lovely wife and all that stuff? So let's check it out. So we went through the whole courtship. So what we did is when we first got in, we became a mercenary. We became freelancer. This has freelancer in it. And so day 1, boom, you got 10 coins. You got nothing but your underwear and a wooden freaking dagger. You go enlist in the army of Stratodemos. And so we spent, I don't know, 200 days plus 260 days fighting for Stratodemos, building up those buddy points so that our future and father-in-law will just love us to death. And then we're recording his lovely daughter behind the scenes. Everything unfolded as it should. We rode off into the Greek sunset and lived happily ever after in our little village of Chrysos right outside of Delphi. And so that's what we did, and it was bitching. And I think in our last stream, we got married. We did the whole Greek wedding and all that stuff. It was cool, just like the movie. Nuts, huh? And so this is our father-in-law, mother-in-law. I love what the guy did with the hairs. Right on. And so we married Helen of Troy. Bitching, huh? Cool beans. She won't be from Troy because she's not going to make it to Troy because we married her before she ran away to Troy. So let's get in and throw some freaking spears down. Are we going to beat this? Probably. No way. No way. They got freaking 1,000 men in here. Bloodthirsty freaking Acadians. No shit. Acadians! Holy shit, man. This is Sparta. I think I took the "This is Sparta" sound off the chat room. I'll have to put it back on there. We can do the crazy Sparta yells. Guys, if it crashes, it might. I'll jump right back in. Usually the second time it's a joy. And if you do play this mod, if you have played this mod, or when I do upload a link, you guys want to download and play this with my changes, read the README. Set the settings appropriately, and you will not be pulling your hair out. Right on. Calicotidas. What are you doing? I love your shield. I love your hair and your sword. Let's go get some sushi. Everybody knows Greeks were Scandinavians. It's written in the ancient sagas. So he is besieging this city, and he's going to get this city, and we are not going to get this city. Look at the freaking skyboxes back there. Let's go and kick some ass. Let's see if they will. I support Anaristes. In this case, the forcer should go to the one who captured it. Can you support me instead? Ah, we're not good enough buddies with them. Let's get out of here. Let's go fight. Holy shit, we're gonna die. You guys ready for this? Let's crank the music up. We're gonna go nuts. Move towards the sound of battle. Holy shit, this is Sparta. Smoke them if you got them.
Archers! March!
Do not shoot!
Let's go, boys. Run, fool.
Shoot when ready!
Archers!
Run!
Units!
Run! Attack!
Whoa! Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to happen. Need to turn textures down a little bit. It's locking up on me. Shit, that was fun. Let's do it again. Banner page has a Merc Elephant unit. No shit. Turn those graphics down a little bit. We'll take this freaking city. Holy shit. Merc Elephant unit. No shit. I had no idea. Copy and paste from banner page. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? I have eaten your bread and salt. I have drinking your water and wine. The deaths ye died, I have watched beside, and the lives ye led were mine. Thank you, Rudyard. Rudyard. Let's do it again. What's the computer building simulator, Crimson? That's what you're playing? Who's going to bed? Brigadier, you going to bed? Rest well. Right on, Crimson. Best luck in Minecraft, Dane. Dude, let's not freaking get our asses handed to us. Holy shit. Yep, 70. Boom. What else? I'm not turning those shaders down. Forgot about it. 20 corpses. Turn them off. Turn those off. You really need to put at least one on. Those suckers can be sticking up like dead people. I'll keep it at 3. The reason for that is so we don't have those rigor mortis freaking corpses sitting on the battlefield. Let's get back into the siege. Second time's a charm. Let's kick some ass. Brigadier, you going to bed? Rest well. Take care. Nice, Crimson. Morning, afternoon, or...
Archers, march!
Hold!
I don't want these archers wasting their arrows. Let's go freaking shoot these a-holes. I need to get me a spear off the ground.
Commence shooting!
My archery skill sucks. I'm working on it. Right in the head. Bum, 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 bum. You guys recognize that tune from that film Centurion? Great film. What's his name? Michael Fassbender? Let's go, fuckos. Watch this shit. that was coming. Trying to draw them up the stairs and off the stairs so our Spartans can get up the stairs. That's why I was trying to be bait, draw them away. I knew I'd probably bite it. Let's figure out what the controls are again here. Shit. Man, we need to add some fucking better controls to this. I can't ever control shit in here. Let's do it again, Sam. Gonna stream the game tomorrow, more than likely. Morning, noon, or night. Oh, dude, really? Again? This freaking Sparta. Something's kicking me. I have dynamic lighting turned off. Yep, Crimson's doing a marathon stream tomorrow. She's playing computer building simulator forever. Oh, man. Turn that freaking AC on, man. Holy shit. Oh, man. Dude. We crashed out of this freaking siege twice. Let's go play freaking Sands of Faith. We're going to be playing Sands of Faith soon. I need to update Parisno to, I think Mercator is on 1.47 of Parisno, or yeah, Parisno. We are still on 1.45. So I'm going to have to update that before we continue that. So stay tuned for Parisno. Shout outs to Yozo, and Tofu and Mercator, and that team, man. Love that warband. Yep, here we go again. Who are we going to go kill? Should we go besiege Ithaca? Shit, I'll put it on 50. That's usually the ticket. Turn that down. We're setting that on troop amounts. I don't, dude, it's going to take us forever if we go less than 300. 250. I hope you guys are having a cool, chilly, pleasant, comfortable night.
March! Archers!
Stop shooting! Infantry!
Archers! March!
Shoot when ready!
It's proof that the gods exist. It will not let me freaking turn. Shit. And this is Hermes flying away to fight another day. We're Icarus, we're melting. That was fun. They lost 192. 15. 3 wounded. 3 of us were in there. They lost 200. They got 600 to go. We'll leave a minute. Let it save. So we don't have to do that shit again when it crashes. Oh, these guys are freaking Persia, running from Kiron. We're gonna go shake him down for some freaking, for some coin. How we sitting? 26 health. Let's health up. Oh, we did. I thought we did report to him. That's why we were joining in the siege. We can't report to him because he's engaged in the siege. 78% health. See how these guys are doing on the siege.
Archers! March!
Hold! Shoot when ready!
Right in the nuts. Oh. %. Health. You got 300 troops left. Oh, I'm glad we saved this poor thing. think is mythology town. Once we finish this siege, and we're almost done. 3 crashes later. This poor old man. I'm gonna cruise around the world. We're gonna do some quests and listen to some awesome mythology. Persephone and Apollo and Hades. Good old world tradition. It's a little buggy, but I love it. Did I grab my torch? I did.
Archers! March! Archers!
Run!
We need flaming torch, flaming spears.
Archers!
Do not shoot! Shoot when ready! Commence shooting!
Archers!
Release arrows! Release arrows!
fucking died again. Go to sleep. You want to hear some stories? Let's listen to some stories. Let's see if this one's working correctly. It is. Good. Let's listen to some stories. These are all good stories. Awesome. Hey, Crimson, smoke a ball. This bowl's for you, sister woman. Oh, who lives in a pineapple under the sea. You're still here, then you'll enjoy this. I'll throw my cam up here too. This is cool.
A bloody battle ensued, and Heracles and his companions defeated the Amazons on the Terma River. The surviving Amazons were taken to their boats to be brought to Greece as prisoners. But on the open sea, the Amazons overpowered their guards. Then they were washed up on the northern shores of the Black Sea by the wind. There they allied themselves with the young Scythian men who lived there. But the Amazons replied, "We can't live with your women. Our customs are too different from theirs. We draw bows, throw spears, and ride horses. Those are our skills. But if you really want to keep us as your women, then go to your parents. Ask them to give you your inheritance and return to us, and you and we shall live here amongst ourselves." The men did as they had been asked, and so they founded the nomadic Sarmatian people. The Scythians had a different social order from the Greeks. They were nomads who traveled with their possessions to the best grazing pastures for their animals. This lifestyle may have been encouraged role reversals. Women had to act much more freely in such a society. That could also mean that a woman adopted the leadership position.
Ich sage, wir sind mehr als ein Mythos.
I tell you, we're more than a myth. We bear the responsibility for our possessions, and we defend them with our lives if necessary. We hunt and look after our animals and raise the children. We lead our clans. We are master riders and experts in archery, wielding lances, daggers and battle axes. We go to war alone or alongside men. Our enemies fear us for it, and they revere us for it too.
The women warriors' style of warfare is said to have been incredibly modern. They were faster than their enemies on horseback. They were more agile, fighting with small knives rather than with long swords. The arrowheads weren't flat in the conventional manner. They were Y-shaped and barbed. Renate Rolle has a hypothesis about when aspiring Amazons started their training.
The only option is to say that the girls needed to be as well trained as the boys. They had to be good archers and sword fighters. It must have been tougher when it came to throwing spears.
Ryko. What's up, buddy?
There were women warriors and nomadic tribal society further north, in Siberia too. The bodies there were preserved in the permafrost. Some were discovered with tattooed skin.
Pardon me.
They make it probable that women also adorned their skin in this way.
Influence your daughters with good role models like Amazons.
We poison our arrowheads in a very special way. First, we bury our blood in containers in dung until it rots. Then we mix it with the decaying corpses of small vipers. This concoction in the wounds of our enemies kills them days after we hit them, even if the snake venom doesn't act right away.
Pardon me. Hoo-wee.
Were there rituals that bound the women warriors closer together? Renate Rolle has a hypothesis.
I have a theory about them being blood sisters, but that's a pure assumption. It's described a lot with men, but I can't prove it. I just think it's... I never wanted to marry. The art of war was my life. I wanted to fight, and I did that in many battles, until I was seriously injured in my leg one day. Walking and riding is tough for me. Age has caught up with me.
I know the feeling, sister. Pardon me, sorry for the coughs. You enjoyed that, that was fun. Good to see you, Lord Ryko. I hope you're well, buddy. I hope you had a decent day. Or better. Boy, I'm coughing up a storm. Had to turn the AC up higher, shit. Really roasting in here. Good evening, all you guys. If you're still kicking it, thanks for kicking it. Doing pretty good. Just had a bad narcolepsy day, sleeping a lot past couple of days, but I'm good. And I hope you guys are too. Holy shit. So what's first?
Apollo was the most beautiful of the gods.
Was he?
His hair was dark gold, his eyes stormy blue. He wore a tunic of golden panther skin, carried his golden bow, and wore a quiver of golden arrows. His chariot was beaten gold. Its horses were white, with golden manes and flame-colored eyes. He was god of the sun always. Later, he became patron of music, poetry, mathematics, and medicine. And later, when he was a mature god, he preached moderation. He bade his worshippers to look first into their own hearts and find there the beginnings of wisdom, and to conduct themselves prudently in all things. But in his youth, he did many cruel and wanton deeds. Several times he was almost expelled.
I'll be right back, you guys. I just have to go to the restroom real quick.
With his wild folly. As soon as he was given his bow and arrows, he raced down from Olympus to hunt the python who had hunted his mother. Dryas, who are tattletales, told him he could find his enemy at Mount Parnassus. There he sped. As he stood on a hill, he saw the great serpent weaving its dusty coils far below. He notched an arrow, drew his bow, and let fly. It darted like light. He saw it strike, saw the huge coils flail in agony. Shouting with savage glee, he raced down the slope. But when he got there, he found the serpent gone. It had left a trail of blood, which he followed to the oracle of Mother Earth. Delphi. Python was hiding in a cave where he could not be followed. Apollo breathed on his arrowheads and shot them into the cave as fast as he could. They broke into flames when they hit. Smoke filled the cave, and the serpent had to crawl out. Apollo, standing on a rock, shot him so full of arrows he looked like a porcupine. He skinned the great snake and saved the hide for a gift. Now, it was a sacred place, what he had done his place. Here lived the oracles of Mother Earth, whom the gods themselves consulted. They were priestesses, trained from infancy. They chewed laurel, built fire of magic herbs, and sat in the smoke, which threw them into a trance, wherein they saw and told in riddles what was to come. Knowing that he had already violated a shrine, Apollo thought he might as well make his deed as large as possible, and claimed the oracles for his own, bidding them to prophesy in his name. When Mother Earth complained to Zeus about the killing of her python, Apollo smoothly promised to make amends. He instituted annual games at Delphi in celebration of his victory, and these he graciously named after his enemy, calling them the Pythian Games. And he named the oracles Pythonesses. Less excusable was Apollo's treatment of a satyr named Marsyas. This happy fellow had the misfortune to be an excellent musician, a realm Apollo considered his own, and where he would brook no rivalry. Hearing the satyr praised too often, Apollo invited him to a contest. The winner was to choose a penalty to which the loser would have to submit, and the muses were to judge. So Marsyas played his flute, and Apollo played his lyre. They played exquisitely. The muses could not choose between them. Then Apollo shouted, "Now you must turn your instrument upside down and play and sing at the same time. That is the rule. I go first." Thereupon the god turned his lyre upside down and played and sang a hymn praising the gods, and especially their beautiful daughters, the muses. But you cannot play a flute upside down, and certainly cannot sing while playing it. So Marsyas was declared the loser. Apollo collected his price. He flayed Marsyas alive and nailed his skin to a tree. A stream gushed from the tree's roots and became a river. On the banks of that river grew reeds, which sang softly on the wind. People called the river Marsyas. That is still its name. No one celebrated the birth of Festus. His mother Hera had awaited him with great eagerness, hoping for a child so beautiful, so gifted, that it would make Zeus forget his heroic swarm of children from lesser consorts. But when the baby was born, she was appalled to see that he was shriveled and ugly, with an irritating, bleating wail. She did not wait for Zeus to see him, but snatched the infant up and hurled him off Olympus. For a day and a night he fell. He hit the ground at the edge of the sea with such force that both of his legs were broken. He lay there on the beach, mewing piteously, unable to crawl, racked with pain, but unable to die because he was immortal. Finally, the tide came. A huge wave hurled him under its arm and carried him off to sea. And there he sank like a stone and was caught by the playful Thetis, a naiad, who thought he was a tadpole. When Thetis understood it was a baby she had caught, she made a pet of him and kept him in her grotto. She was amazed at the way the crippled child worked shells and bright pebbles into jewelry. One day, she appeared at a great festival of the gods, wearing a necklace he had made. Hera noticed the ornament and praised it, and asked her how she had come by it. Thetis told her of the strange, twisted child whom someone had dropped into the ocean, and who lived now in her cave making wonderful jewels. Hera divined it was her own son and demanded him back. Hephaestus returned to Olympus. There, Hera presented him with a broken mountain nearby, where he could set up forges and bellows. She gave him the brawny Cyclopes to be his helpers, and promised him Aphrodite as a bride if he would labor in the mountain and make her fine things. Hephaestus agreed, because he loved her and excused her cruelty to him. I know that I am ugly, Mother, he said, but the fates would have it so. And I will make you gems so beautiful for your tapering arms and white throat and black hair that you will forget my ugliness sometimes and rejoice that you have taken me back from the sea. He became the smith god, the great artificer, lord of mechanics, and the mountain always smoked and rumbled with his toil. And he has always been very ugly and very useful. After Kronos was deposed, the three sons threw dice for his empire. Zeus, the youngest, won and chose the sky. Poseidon smiled to himself because the sky was empty, and he knew that the impulsive Zeus had chosen it because it looked so high. And now he, Poseidon, could choose as he would have done if he had won. He chose the sea. He always wanted it. It's the best place for adventures and secrets, and makes claim on land and sky. Hades, who was always unlucky, had to take the underworld. The earth was held as a commonwealth and left to the goddesses to manage. Poseidon left Olympus and came to his kingdom. He immediately set about building a huge underwater palace with a great pearl and coral throne. He needed a queen and chose Thetis, a beautiful Nereid, a water nymph. But it was prophesied that any son born to Thetis would be greater than his father. So Poseidon decided to try elsewhere. The prophecy came true. The son of Thetis was Achilles. Poseidon chose another Nereid named Amphitrite. But like his brother Zeus, he was a great traveler and had hundreds of children in different places. He was a very difficult god, changeful and quarrelsome. He did bear grudges, but he could be pleased, and then his smile was radiant. He liked jokes and thought up very curious forms for his creatures. He liked to startle nymphs with monsters and concocted the octopus, the squid, the sea polyp or jellyfish, the swordfish, blowfish, sea cow, and many others. Once, trying to appease Amphitrite's jealous rage, he thought up the dolphin and gave it to her as a gift. He was greedy and aggressive, always trying to add to his kingdom. Once he claimed Attica as his own and stabbed his trident into the hillside where the Acropolis still stands and a spring of salt water spouted. Now the people of Athens did not want to belong to the kingdom of the sea. They were afraid of Poseidon, who had a habit of seizing all the youth of the town when he was in the mood. So they prayed to be put under the protection of another god. Athena heard their prayers. She came down and planted an olive tree by the side of the spring. Poseidon was enraged. His face darkened, and he roared with fury, raising a storm. A fishing fleet was blown off the sea and never came to port. He challenged Athena to single combat and threatened to stir up a tidal wave to break over the city if she refused. She accepted. But Zeus heard the sound of this quarreling and came down and decreed a truce. Then all the gods sat in council to hear the rival claims. After hearing both Athena and Poseidon, they voted to award the city to Athena because her olive tree was the better gift. After that, Athenians had to be very careful when they went to sea and were often unfortunate in their naval battles. Poseidon was very fond of Demeter and pursued her hotly whenever he thought about it. He cornered her finally one hot afternoon in a mountain pass and demanded that she marry.
The statement he just made, he said Athenians weren't lucky in their sea battles. That's horseshit.
Finally,
They beat the
Demeter
Persians and they defeated the Spartans with their
You have made
sea
creatures from the
prowess.
sea. Now make me a land animal, but a beautiful one, the most beautiful ever seen. She thought she was safe because she believed he could make only monsters. She was amazed when he made her a horse and gasped with delight when she saw it. And Poseidon was so struck by his handiwork that he swiftly made a herd of horses that began to gallop about the meadow, tossing their heads, flirting their tails, kicking up their back legs, and neighing joyously. And he was so fascinated by the horses that he forgot all about Demeter and leaped on one and rode off. Later, he made another herd of green ones for his undersea stables. But Demeter kept the first herd. And from that, all the horses in the world have descended. Another story says it took Poseidon a full week to make the horse. During that time, he made and cast aside many other creatures that didn't come out right. But he simply threw them away without killing them, and they made their way into the world. From them have come the camel, the hippopotamus, the giraffe, the donkey.
Giraffe. Everybody should have a giraffe.
In another story, Demeter turned herself into a mare to escape Poseidon. But he immediately changed himself into a stallion, galloped after her, and caught her. From this courtship came a wild horse, Arion, and the nymph named Despoina. Demeter was also a moon goddess, and all through mythology there is a connection between horse and moon and sea. The she-horse is given a sea name, Mare. The moon swings the tides, the waves have white manes, the dripping horses stamp on the beach, and their hooves leave moon-shaped marks. An old, old thing that has not entirely disappeared. Prometheus. Prometheus was a young Titan, no great admirer of Zeus. Although he knew the great lord of the sky hated explicit questions, he did not hesitate to beard him when there was something he wanted to know. One morning he came to Zeus and said, "O Thunderer, I do not understand your design. You have caused the race of man to appear on Earth, but you keep him in ignorance and darkness." "Perhaps you had better leave the race of man to me," said Zeus. "What you call ignorance is innocence. What you call darkness is the shadow of my decree. Man is happy now, and he is so framed that he will remain happy unless someone persuades him that he is unhappy. Let us not speak of this again." But Prometheus said, "Look at him. Look below. He crouches in caves. He is at the mercy of beast and weather. He eats his meat raw. If you mean something by this, enlighten me by your wisdom. Tell me why you refuse to give man the gift of fire." Zeus answered, "Do you not know, Prometheus, that every gift brings a penalty? This is the way the fates weave destiny, by which gods also must abide. Man does not have fire, truth, nor the crafts which fire teaches. On the other hand, he does not know disease, warfare, old age, or that inward pest called worry. He is happy, I say, happy without fire, and so he shall remain." "Happy as beasts are happy," said Prometheus. "Of what use to make a separate race called man and endow him with little fur, some wit, and a curious charm of unpredictability? If he must live like this, why separate him from the beasts at all?" "He has another quality," said Zeus, "the capacity for worship. an aptitude for admiring our power, being puzzled by our riddles, and amazed by our caprice. That is why he was made. Would not fire, and the graces he can put on with fire, make him more interesting? More interesting, perhaps, but infinitely more dangerous. For there is this in man, too, a vaunting pride that needs little sustenance to make it swell to giant size. Improve his lot, and he will forget that which makes him pleasing, his sense of worship, his humility. He will grow big and poisoned with pride and fancy himself a god. And before we know it, we shall see him storming Olympus. Enough, Prometheus. I have been patient with you, but do not try me too far. Go now, and trouble me no more with your speculations. Prometheus was not satisfied. All that night he lay awake making plans. Then he left his couch at dawn, and standing tiptoe on Olympus, stretched his arm to the eastern horizon, where the first faint flames of the sun were flickering. In his hand he held a reed filled with a dry fiber. He thrust it into the sunrise until a spark smoldered. Then he put the reed in his tunic and came down from the mountain. At first men were frightened by the gift. It was so hot, so quick. It bit sharply when you touched it, and for pure spite made the shadows dance. They thanked Prometheus and asked him to take it away. But he took the haunch of a newly killed deer and held it over the fire. And when the meat began to sear and sputter, filling the cave with its rich smells, the people felt themselves melting with hunger and flung themselves on the meat and devoured it greedily, burning their tongues. This that I have brought you is called fire, Prometheus said. It is an ill-natured spirit, a little brother of the sun. But if you handle it carefully, it can change your whole life. It is very greedy. You must feed it twigs, but only until it becomes a proper size. Then you must stop, or it will eat everything in sight, and you too. If it escapes, use this magic. Water. It fears the water spirit, and if you touch it with water, it will fly away until you need it again. He left the fire burning in the first cave, with children staring at it wide-eyed, and then went to every cave in the land. Then one day Zeus looked down from the mountain and was amazed. Everything had changed. Man had come out of his cave. Zeus saw woodmen's huts, farmhouses, villages, walled towns, even a castle or two. He saw men cooking their food, carrying torches to light their way at night. He saw forges blazing, men beating out plows, keels, swords, spears. They were making ships and raising white wings of sails and daring to use the fury of the winds for their journeys. They were wearing helmets, riding out in chariots to do battle like the gods themselves.
There's nobody here. You guys are in my imagination.
So they want fire, he said to himself. I'll give them fire, more than they can use. I'll turn their miserable little ball of earth into a cinder. Then another thought came to him, and he lowered his arm. No, he said to himself. I shall have vengeance, and entertainment, too. Let them destroy themselves with their new skills. This will make a long, twisted game, interesting to watch. I'll attend to them later. My first business is with Prometheus. He called his giant guards and had them seize Prometheus.
Is it misty outside?
Drag him off to the Caucasus, and there bind him to a mountain peak with
it was really
chains
foggy and
specially
misty
forged by Hephaestus.
this
Chains
morning.
which even a titan in agony could not break. And when the friend of man was bound to the mountain, Zeus sent 2 vultures to hover about him forever, tearing at his belly and eating his liver. Men knew a terrible thing was happening on the mountain, but they did not know what. For the wind shrieked like a giant in torment, and sometimes like fierce birds. Many centuries he lay there.
Let's try to survive this time.
Was born brave enough to defy the gods. He climbed to the peak in the Caucasus and struck the shackles from Prometheus and killed the vultures. His name was Heracles.
pause this because we're gonna fight. Let's fight. Let's move towards the sound of battle. It's morning. We're in Acadia. We are taking Acadia. In the green. I want these islands. So we can be Odysseus. Oh, smoke them if you got them. Look at that. Holy cow. The upside is I forget. The downside is I forget shit. The upside is I look and the bowl's already packed. That's it, Warlord. Don't set your hair on fire. It's Lord Ryko.
Archers!
Run!
I've only got 3 archers.
Commence shooting!
March!
Do not shoot! Shoot when ready! Shoot when ready!
Archers, march!
We're gonna get overwhelmed here in a minute. Oh, dude, black licorice sounds great.
Archers, run! Shoot when ready! Attack the enemy!
Dead. Avenge me! This is freaking Sparta, baby. Dude, black licorice sounds awesome. That's about all the views I have. There's Socrates, about to die. Lord Ryko. Good to see you, man. Let's get back in there. How much health do I got? 25%. We can do it. Black licorice sounds good. You guys ever had real Norse licorice? The Norse licorice. I need to do giveaways. I'll send you guys some freaking real Norse candy and shit from the Norway store back where I'm from. Man, I'll tell you what, that is the strongest freaking black licorice you will ever put in your mouth, man. I ain't kidding ya. It's not for everybody. It's really freaking strong. It tastes like lutefisk. When you have it boil it long enough, it's some strong stuff, man. Boy, that licorice sounds good now. He planted the freaking licorice seed. Dude, you guys, let's grow some freaking licorice plants. You can just go right outside, eat the whole tree. Oh, dude, homemade licorice? Dude, I never even thought of making licorice homemade. That's pretty cool. This guy. Oh, just missed him. Oh, just missed him. Oh, just missed him. Oh, just missed him. Oh, but the archers got him. They outnumber us. Fucking nail these guys. Shit. Bad idea. I gotta get some. That's it, we won. Awesome. Right on, it's good. Man, I cannot find my father-in-law. He's in here somewhere.
Sons of Apollo. During the contest with the satyr, Marsyas, Apollo won the favor of the most playful muse, Thalia, queen of festivities. With her he fathered the Corybantes, or crested dancers, lithe young men who shaved their hair to a forelock and danced at great rituals. Then, roaming the hillsides, he came across a young girl who reminded him of his sister. She was a huntress. She chased deer on foot, hunted bears and wolves. When he saw her wrestling a full-grown lion and throwing it to earth, he decided he must have her. Her name was Cyrene. The son he gave her was named Aristeus, who taught man beekeeping, olive culture, cheese-making, and many other useful arts. His next adventure was with the nymph Dryope. He found her tending sheep on a mountainside. He hid behind a tree and watched her. To his dismay, she was joined by a gaggle of hamadryads, mischievous girls who loved to tell tales. So he had to stay hidden. He waited for the hamadryads to leave, but they lingered. Gods are impatient. They hate to be kept waiting. He changed himself into a tortoise and crawled out. The nymphs were delighted to see him, and turned him this way and that and tickled him with a straw. He was a splendid, glossy tortoise with a beautiful black and green shell. Dryope wanted him for her own, and put him in her tunic. When her friends protested, he turned himself into a snake, poked his head out of the tunic, and hissed at them. The hamadryads fled, screaming. Dryope fainted. When she came to, she was in the arms of a god. The son he gave her was Amphisus, founder of cities and builder of towers.
Was Elvis.
But his most famous son was Asclepius. This was the manner of his birth.
He was Sleepiest.
Apollo fell in love with Coronis.
They drank Coronas.
And insisted on having his way, which was unwise of him.
We've only got 2,000 troops.
Much!
Shit, I need my spear.
Hold the line!
Much!
Close formation!
This way.
Hold the position! Shoot when ready! Close the arrangement! Run!
Units, loose formation.
God damn it. My fucking fingers have fucked the controls up totally.
Run!
My fingers weren't hitting the right damn buttons. Go, go, go. Move, move, move. Yeah, my fingers are sitting there hitting the wrong buttons. Brain wasn't working. So try that again. Some javelins this time too. Okay, we did that twice.
Run! Commence shooting!
Dude, where's the licorice?
Run! Commence shooting! Hold! Run!
March!
Commence shooting! Extend the arrangement!
March!
Shoot when ready!
Units, form up!
Archers!
Units, spread out! Units, loose formation!
Attack! Units! Attack the enemy! Run!
Archers!
Attack! Hold the position! Units! Attack! Units! Release arrow!
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Just can't be a Jaffo. Just can't do it. Can't do it. Jaffo. Just another fucking observer. Dude, rest well. Have a good night, buddy, and have a safe day tomorrow. Safe day ahead, I should say. Thanks for kicking it, Dane. Look at the shield wall. Who? Did we lose? We won. That's all she wrote. As I lay dead with the freaking spear in my neck on the battlefield. Dane, be safe. Right.
For she loved an Arcadian prince named Iscus. When she was with child, Apollo went on a journey, but sent a white crow to spy her. All crows were white then, and were excellent chaperones. They had sharp eyes and jeering voices. It was to Delphi that Apollo had gone. An oracle there told him that at that very moment, Coronis was entertaining young Iscus. Just then the crow flew in, wildly excited, full of scandal, telling the same tale. "Your fault. You did not watch her closely enough," cried Apollo. And he cursed the crow with a curse so furious that her feathers were scorched. And all crows have been black ever since. Apollo could not bring himself to kill Coronis, so he asked his sister Artemis to oblige him. She was happy to. She was never fond of his amours. She sped to Thessaly and finished Coronis with one arrow. Apollo, very dejected, put the corpse on the funeral pyre and lighted the fire. Then he remembered that she was with child by him. Hermes was now standing by, waiting to conduct her soul to Tartarus, for that was one of his duties. Understanding the situation in a flash, he delivered the dead girl of a living child, a boy. Apollo wished to have nothing to do with the child, and asked Hermes to take care of him. Hermes had been struck by the way the baby had observed the details of his own birth, watching everything with a wide stare, so interested he forgot to cry, and recognized that this was an unusual child. So he gave him into the care of Chiron, the centaur, a fabulous tool. Chiron taught him diagnostics, surgery, herbology, and hunting. The boy could not wait to grow up. He doctored everyone he could get his hands on, and he was soon known throughout the land for his skill at curing the sick. His fame reached Apollo, who decided to test him. He appeared at Asclepius's door in the guise of a feeble old man, afflicted with every loathsome disease known to medicine, and a pauper besides. Asclepius tended him with his own hands, and was so gentle and skillful that Apollo was amazed. The god resumed his own form and embraced the lad, and told him he was pleased with his progress. He sent him to see his aunt, Athena, who, he said, knew certain secrets of mortality. She too approved of the young man, and gave him 2 vials of Gorgon blood. One vial could raise the dead. The other was the deadliest poison ever known. "No, aunt," he said. "I need only the first vial. You keep the other." Some say that it was by his own skill that he restored life to the dead, and that Athena was simply trying to take some of the credit for herself. Be that as it may, he did snatch several patients from the very gates of Tartarus, and Hades was enraged. He complained to his brother Zeus that Asclepius was robbing him. Zeus stood on Olympus, hurled a thunderbolt, and killed the young physician, together with the patient he was tending. When Apollo heard about this, he went into one of his wild, heedless rages, stormed to Olympus, battered in the doors of Hephaestus' smithy, and there slew all the Cyclopes who had forged the thunderbolt which had killed his son. When Zeus heard this, he banished Apollo to Tartarus forever. But Mother Leto came and pleaded with him, reminding him of their old love. She spoke so beautifully that Zeus relented, withdrew the edict of Apollo's banishment, and even agreed to bring Asclepius back to life. But he suggested that Asclepius be more tactful about his cures and avoid offending the gods. When Aphrodite heard this story, she was bitten by envy. She considered herself a favorite of Zeus, but he had never done so much for her. Her heart was bitter against Apollo, and she wanted to do him a mischief. She called her son, Eros, the infant archer, whose sweetly poisoned arrows infect man and woman with a most dangerous fever. She told him what she wanted. Eros had two kinds of arrows, one tipped with gold and tailed with white dove feathers. These were for love. The others, made of lead, with brown owl feathers, were the arrows of indifference. He took up his bow and stalked his game. Apollo, he knew, was hunting, and so he made Apollo's path cross that of Daphne, a mountain nymph, daughter of the river god, Peneus. Then, fluttering above them, invisible, he shot Apollo with the dart of love, and Daphne with the arrow of indifference. When the golden god came running down the slope toward the nymph, he saw her start up and run away. He could not understand it. She fled. The god pursued. She was a very swift runner, but great footsteps pounded behind her, and she felt the heat of his breath on her shoulders. She ran toward the river and cried, "Oh, Father, save me! Save me!" Her father heard. Apollo, reaching for her, found himself hugging a tree. The rough bark scratched his face. He said, "But why? Why do you hate me so?" The wind blew through the leaves, and they whispered, "I don't know. I don't know." But then the tree took pity on the grieving god and gave him a gift, a wreath of her leaves, laurel leaves, that would never wither, to crown heroes and poets and young men who win games. And still today, when questioned by losers, laurel trees whisper, "I don't know. I don't know." Kronos, father of the gods, who gave his name to time, married his sister, Rhea, goddess of earth. Now, Kronos had become king of the gods by killing his father, Ouranos, the first one. The dying Ouranos had prophesied, saying, "You murder me now and steal my throne, but one of your own sons will dethrone you, for crime begets crime." So Kronos was very careful. One by one, he swallowed his children as they were born. First, 3 daughters, Hestia, Demeter, and Hera. Then 2 sons, Hades and Poseidon. One by one, he swallowed them all. Rhea was furious. She was determined that he should not eat her next child, who he felt sure would be a son. When her time came, she crept down the slope of Olympus to a dark place to have her baby. It was a son, and she named him Zeus. She hung a golden cradle from the branches of an olive tree and put him to sleep there. Then she went back to the top of the mountain. She took a rock and wrapped it in swaddling clothes and held it to her breast, humming the lullaby. Kronos came snorting and bellowing out of his great bed, snatched the bundle from her, and swallowed it, closing it. Rhea stole down the mountainside to the swinging golden cradle and took her son down into the fields. She gave him to a shepherd family to raise, promising that their sheep would never be eaten by wolves. Here Zeus grew to be a beautiful young boy, Kronos, his father, knew nothing about it. Finally, however, Rhea became lonely for him and brought him back to the court of the gods, introducing him to Kronos as the new cupbearer. Kronos was pleased because the boy was beautiful. One night, Rhea and Zeus prepared a special drink. They mixed mustard and salt with the nectar. Next morning, after a mighty swallow, Kronos vomited up first a stone, then Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon, who, being gods, were still undigested, still alive. They thanked Zeus and immediately chose him to be their leader. Then a mighty battle raged. Kronos was joined by the Titans, his half-brothers, huge, twisted, dark creatures taller than trees, whom he'd kept pent up in the mountains until there was fighting to be done. They attacked the young gods furiously. But Zeus had allies too. He had gone to darker caverns, caves under caves under caves, deep in the mountainside, formed by the first bubbles of the cooling earth. Here, Kronos, thousands of centuries before, a short time in the life of a god, had pent up other monsters, the one-eyed Cyclopes and the 100-handed ones. Zeus unshackled these ugly cousins and led them against the Titans. There was a great rushing and tumult in the skies. The people on Earth heard mighty thunder and saw mountains shatter. The Earth quaked, and tidal waves rolled as the gods fought. The Titans were tall as trees, and old Kronos was a crafty leader. He attacked fiercely, driving the young gods before him. But Zeus had laid a trap. Halfway up the slope of Olympus, he whistled for his cousins, the 100-handed ones, who had been lying in ambush. They took up huge boulders, 100 each, and hurled them downhill at the Titans. The Titans thought the mountain itself was falling on them. They broke ranks and fled. The young goat god, Pan, was shouting with joy. Later, he said it was his shout that made the Titans flee. That is where we get the word panic. Now the young gods climbed to Olympus, took over the castle, and Zeus became their king. No one knows what happened to Kronos and his Titans. But sometimes mountains still explode in fire, and the earth still quakes, and no one knows exactly why.
Even in these borrowed clothes, I do no justice to this noble house. So I'll be as blunt as I dare. I'll be as crude as I am bare under this ill-fitting gown. I'll be as truthful as flesh and bone, which is all that I am now, and which is all that I own. I am Odysseus. I am Odysseus, son of Laertes, known the world over for cunning and guile and strength of mind. Odysseus, hero of Troy. My fame is written in the heavens, and my fate too. And my wife is Penelope, and my son is Telemachus, and my home is Ithaca. But somewhere in the clockwork of islands and stars and gods, I'm lost. Nymphs have held me back. Armies have held me back. Witches have held me back. Sea monsters have held me back. The one-eyed mumbling cyclops. The mind-melting songs of the sirens. The deep narcotic of the lotus flower. The prophecies of the dead. Whirlpools, clashing rocks. This heart alone won't sail me home. And somewhere in this mad, wild, hurling clockwork of islands and stars and gods, I'm lost. It begins in glory, then tells of all the pain and misery the gods have dreamed up for misses. We sailed from Troy, victorious, Achaeans with no thoughts other than home. Ithaca, the outstretched arms of its bay, the love of our wives. The wind pushed us to Ismarus, land of the Cicones. We plundered the city, took meat and wine and women and grain to be shared equally among the men. Then I ordered the retreat. But my army was boggle-eyed with treats, went on slaughtering the lazy cattle and docile sheep, and while they butchered and ate and slept, the enemy grew, drew strength from further afield, gathered all night in the dark, then attacked out of the dawn mist, cut us down like stalks, flattened us into the battlefields. 6 men from every crew we lost. The rest of us skedaddled in the boats. Sick with grief, we saluted our dead, then swung our oars into the water, and rowed, and rowed, and rowed. Landfall came quickly. Before we knew it, the boats had run aground on a shelf, whispered to a halt in soft sand. Land, but not home. We'd heard the folklore of that place, rumors of a one-eyed freak roaming the cliffs. Cyclops, Poseidon's weird son. We should have steered clear, but the thought of food and fresh milk took us straight to his cave.
What? Ruckles? Infestors? Who squatting in Cyclops' cave? Who dodging and skulking in shadows in Cyclops' cave? Cyclops lonely. Cyclops on his own.
Oh, look at him. He's just a big kid.
He's grinning. You're right. He's a big soft lump, really. He likes us. He thinks we're his friend. Big, dumb animal.
Come on. Let's help ourselves, Switchfodder.
Wait a second. Let me talk to him some more.
It's fine. Hey, one eye. How about me and you get our teeth stuck into that slab of cheese over there? I'll have the first bite.
Shout Cyclops. Nobody, man. Cyclops hungry now for nobody.
Here I am, in the shadow.
Look, Archers! Much!
Wait until it stretches wide.
See me now? Here by the rock. Here's nobody for you. Do you see me? Do you see nobody?
Smash us to pieces. The gods have deserted us. He's got the jaw of a lion and the teeth of a shark.
Infantry!
Hold your position.
Archers!
Cyclops, eat now.
Shoot when ready.
Nobody's flesh.
Shoot when
Bite out
ready.
nobody's heart. Tear off nobody's head.
Archers!
Son, he would have trained him up to be a brave man and great king, but he did not know what to do with this fair-haired daughter. When he saw her growing up to be tall and slender and wise, he wondered if after all he would have to die sometime and leave his lands and his gold and his kingdom to her. So he sent to Delphi and asked the Pythia about it. The Pythia told him that he would not only have to die sometime, but that the son of his daughter would cause his death. This frightened the king very much, and he tried to think of some plan by which he could keep the Pythia's words from coming true. At last, he made up his mind that he would build a prison for his daughter and keep her in it all her life. So he called his workmen and had them dig a deep round hole in the ground, and in this hole they built a house of brass, which had but one room and no door at all, but only a small window at the top. When it was finished, the king put the maiden, whose name was Danae, into it, and with her he put her nurse and her toys, and her pretty dresses and everything that he thought she would need to make her happy. "Now we shall see that the Pythia does not always tell the truth," he said. So Danae was kept shut in the prison of brass. She had no one to talk to but her old nurse, and she never saw the land or the sea, but only the blue sky above the open window, and now and then a white cloud sailing across. Day after day she sat under the window and wondered why her father kept her in that lonely place, and whether he would ever come and take her out. I do not know how many years passed by, but Danae grew fairer every day, and by she was no longer a child, but a tall and beautiful woman. And Jupiter, amid the clouds, looked down and saw her and loved her. One day, it seemed to her that the sky opened and a shower of gold fell through the window into the room. And when the blinding shower had ceased, a noble young man stood, smiling, before her. She did not know, nor do I, that it was mighty Jupiter who had thus come down in the rain, but she thought that he was a brave prince who had come from over the sea to take her out of her prison house. After that he came often, but always as a tall and handsome youth, and by they were married, with only the nurse at the wedding feast, and Danae was so happy that she was no longer lonesome, even when he was away. But one day, when he climbed out through the narrow window, there was a great flash of light, and she never saw him again. Not long afterwards, a babe was born to Danae, a smiling boy, whom she named Perseus. For 4 years, she and the nurse kept him hidden, and not even the women who brought their food to the window knew about him. But one day, the king chanced to be passing by and heard the child's prattle. When he learned the truth, he was very much alarmed, for he thought that now, in spite of all that he had done, the words of the Pythia might come true. The only sure way to save himself would be to put the child to death before he was old enough to do any harm. But when he had taken the little Perseus and his mother out of the prison, and had seen how helpless the child was, he could not bear the thought of having him killed outright. For the king, although a great coward, was really a kind-hearted man, and did not like to see anything suffer pain. Yet something must be done. So he bade his servants make a wooden chest that was roomy and watertight and strong, and when it was done, he put Danae and the child into it, and had it taken far out to sea, and left there to be tossed about by the waves. He thought that in this way he would rid himself of both daughter and grandson without seeing them die, for surely the chest would sink after a while, or else the winds would cause it to drift to some strange shore far away, so far away that they could never come back to Argos again. All day and all night, and then another day, fair Danae and her child drifted over the sea. The waves rippled and played before and around the floating chest. The west wind whistled cheerily, and the sea birds circled in the air above, and the child was not afraid, but dipped his hands in the curling waves and laughed at the merry breeze, and shouted back at the screaming birds. But on the second night, all was changed. A storm arose. The sky was black. The billows were mountain high. The winds roared fearfully. Yet through it all the child slept soundly in his mother's arms, and Danae sang over him this song: "Sleep, sleep, dear child, and take your rest upon your troubled mother's breast, for you can lie without one fear of dreadful danger lurking near. Wrapped in soft robes and warmly sleeping, you do not hear your mother weeping, you do not see the mad waves leaping, nor heed the winds their vigils keeping. The stars are hid, the night is drear, the waves beat high, the storm is here. But you can sleep, my darling child, and know naught of the uproar wild. At last the morning of the third day came, and the chest was tossed upon the sandy shore of a strange island, where there were green fields, and beyond them a little town. A man who happened to be walking near the shore saw it, and dragged it far up on the beach. Then he looked inside, and there he saw the beautiful lady and the little boy. He helped them out, and led them, just as they were, to his own house, where he cared for them very kindly. And when Danae had told him her story, he bade her feel no more fear, for they might have a home with him as long as they should choose to stay, and he would be a true friend to them both. 2. The magic slippers. So Danae and her son stayed in the house of the kind man who had saved them from the sea. Years passed by, and Perseus grew up to be a tall young man, handsome and brave and strong. The king of the island, when he saw Danae, was so pleased with her beauty that he wanted her to become his wife. But he was a dark, cruel man, and she did not like him at all. So she told him that she would not marry him. The king thought that Perseus was to blame for this, and that if he could find some excuse to send the young man on a far journey, he might force Danae to have him, whether she wished or not. One day, he called all the young men of his country together, and told them that he was soon to be wedded to the queen of a certain land beyond the sea. Would not each of them bring him a present to be given to her father? For in those times it was the rule that when any man was about to be married, he must offer costly gifts to the father of the bride. "What kind of presents do you want?" said the young men. "Horses," he answered, for he knew that Perseus had no horse. "Why don't you ask for something worth the having?" said Perseus, for he was vexed at the way in which the king was treating him. "Why don't you ask for Medusa's head, for example?" "Medusa's head it shall be," cried the king. "These young men may give me horses, but you shall bring Medusa's head." "I will bring it," said Perseus.
So we have been awarded
While his
Tritea.
young friends laughed at him because of his foolish
Good
words.
deal, these 260 troops.
What was this Medusa's head which he had so rashly promised to bring? His mother had often told him about Medusa. Far, far away, on the very edge of the world, there lived 3 strange monsters, sisters.
So
called
this is our new
Gorgons.
fortress.
They had the bodies and faces of women.
It's our
They had
first
wings
fortress
of
in this
gold,
campaign.
and terrible claws of brass, and hair that was full of living serpents. They were so awful to look upon that no man could bear the sight of them, but whoever saw their faces was turned to stone. 2 of these monsters had charmed lives, and no weapon could ever do them harm. But the youngest, whose name was Medusa, might be killed, if indeed anybody could find her and could give the fatal stroke. When Perseus went away from the king's palace, he began to feel sorry that he had spoken so rashly. For how should he ever make good his promise and do the king's bidding? He did not know which way to go to find the Gorgons, and he had no weapon with which to slay the terrible Medusa. But at any rate, he would never show his face to the king again, unless he could bring the head of terror with him. He went down to the shore, and stood, looking out over the sea towards Argos, his native land. And while he looked, the sun went down.
So this
and
is
the
all
rose
ours.
and soft wind came blowing from the west. Then all at once, 2 persons, a man and a woman, stood before him. Both were tall and noble. The man looked like a prince, and there were wings on his cap and on his feet. He carried a winged staff, around which 2 golden serpents were twined. He asked Perseus,
It's our lovely
what was the
wife,
matter, and the young man told him how the king had treated
Helen
him,
of Sparta.
and all about the rash words which he had spoken. Then the lady spoke to him very kindly, and he noticed that although she was not beautiful, She had most wonderful grey eyes, and a stern but lovable face, and a queenly form. And she told him not to fear, but to go out boldly in the quest of the Gorgons, for she would help him obtain the terrible head of Medusa. But I have no ship, and how shall I go?
So we have to settle a quarrel as
You
a
shall
request
don
from
my
our
ringed
wife.
slippers, said the strange prince, and they will bear you over sea and land. Shall I go north, or south, or east, or west? Asked Perseus. I will tell you, said the tall lady. You must go first to the 3 grey sisters who live beyond the frozen sea,
The 3
far,
sisters.
far north. They
Bird.
have a secret which
The
nobody knows,
sisters of Earth.
and you must force them to tell it to you. Ask them where you shall find the 3 maidens who guard the golden apples of the west. And when they shall have told you, turn about and go straight thither. The maidens will give you 3 things, without which you can never obtain the terrible head, and they will show you how to wing your way across the western ocean to the edge of the world, where lies the home of the Gorgons. Then the man took off his winged slippers and put them on the feet of Perseus, and the woman whispered to him to be off at once and to fear nothing, but be bold and true. And Perseus knew that she was none other than Athena, the queen of the air, and that her companion was Mercury, the lord of the summer clouds. But before he could thank them for their kindness, they'd vanished in the dusky twilight. Then he leapt into the air to try the magic slippers. 3. The Grey Sisters. Swifter than an eagle, Perseus flew up towards the sky. Then he turned, and the magic slippers bore him over the sea straight towards the north. On and on he went, and soon the sea was past, and he came to a famous land where there were cities and towns and many people. And he flew over a range of snowy mountains, beyond which were mighty forests and a vast plain where many rivers wandered, seeking for the sea. Farther on was another range of mountains, and then there were frozen marshes and a wilderness of snow, and after all, the sea again, but a sea of ice. On and on he winged his way, among toppling icebergs and over frozen billows and through air which the sun never warmed, and at last he came to the cavern where the 3 Grey Sisters dwelt. These 3 creatures were so old that they had forgotten their own age, and nobody could count the years which they had lived. The long hair which covered their heads had been grey since they were born, and they had among them only a single eye and a single tooth, which they passed back and forth from one to another. Perseus heard them, mumbling and crooning in their dreary home, and he stood very still and listened.
We know a secret which even the great folk who live on the mountain top can never learn, don't we, sisters?
Said one.
Ha ha! That we do, chattered the others. Give me the tooth, sister, that I may feel young and handsome again, said the one nearest to Perseus. And give me the eye, that I may look out and see what is going on in the busy world, said the sister who sat next to her. Ah, yes, mumbled a third, as she took the tooth and eye and reached them blindly towards the others. Then, quick as thought, Perseus leapt forward and snatched both of the precious things from her hand. Where is the tooth? Where is the eye? Screamed the 2, reaching out their long arms and groping here and there. Have you dropped them, sister? Have you lost them? Perseus laughed as he stood in the door of their cavern and saw their distress and terror. I have your tooth and your eye, he said, and you shall never touch them again until you tell me your secret. Where are the maidens who keep the golden apples of the western land? Which way shall I go to find them? You are young, and we are old, said the Grey Sisters. Pray do not deal so cruelly with us.
Hold the
Pity
position!
us and give us our eye. Then they wept and pleaded and coaxed and threatened, but Perseus stood a little way off.
Units!
They moaned and mumbled and shrieked as they found that their words did not move him. Sisters, we must tell him, at last said one. Yes, we must tell him,
said the others. We must part with the secret to save our eye. And then they told him how he should go to reach the Western Land, and what road he should follow to find the maidens who kept the golden apples. When they'd made everything plain to him, Perseus gave them back their eye and their tooth. Ha ha! They laughed. Now the golden days of youth have come again! And from that day to this, no man has ever seen the three Grey Sisters, nor does anyone know what became of them. But the winds still whistle through their cheerless cave, and the cold waves murmur on the shore of the wintry sea, and the ice mountains topple and crash. No sound of living creature is heard in all that desolate land. 4. The Western Maidens. As for Perseus, he leapt again into the air, and the magic slippers bore him southward with the speed of the wind. Very soon he left the frozen sea behind him and came to a sunny land where there were green forests and flowery meadows and hills and valleys, and at last a pleasant garden where were all kinds of blossoms and fruits.
I think so.
He knew that this was the famous Western Land, for the
Try to stay alive.
told him what he should see there. So he lighted and walked among the trees until he came to the center of the garden. There he saw the three maidens of the West dancing around a tree that was full of golden apples, and singing as they danced. For the wonderful tree with its precious fruit belonged to Juno, the queen of earth and sky. It had been given to her as a wedding
Close the arrangement!
and it was the duty of the maidens to care for it, and see that no one touched the golden apples. Perseus stopped and listened to their song. We sing of the old, we sing of the new. Our joys are many, our sorrows are few. Singing,
He's got a big
dancing,
shield wall
all
sitting
hearts
behind
and
that hill.
trees, we wait to welcome the good and the true. Daylight is waning, the evening is here. The sun will soon set, the stars will appear. Singing, dancing, all hearts entrancing, we wait the dawn of a glad new year. The tree shall wither, the apples shall fall, sorrow shall come, and death shall fall. Alarming, grieving, all hearts deceiving, but hope shall abide to comfort us all. Soon the tale shall be told, the song shall be sung, the bow shall be broken, the hope is strong. Alarming, grieving, all hearts deceiving, till every world shall be found. But a new tree shall spring from the roots of the earth, and many a blossom shall follow, cheering, gladdening, with joy maddening, for its boughs shall be laden with apples of life. Then Perseus went forward and spoke to them. They stopped singing and stood still, as if in alarm. But when they saw the magic slippers on his feet, they ran to him and welcomed him to his home.
Right in the fucking head.
Perseus told them all that had happened since he was a child, and his quest to reduce his head. And he said that he
Shit.
to ask me to give him 3 things to do.
Oh, I knew that was coming. See that? Proof that Hades exists. See this? Don't ever say I never took anywhere. Yeah, I'm all talked out.
And now here's a fault, for without it your quest must be in vain. And they gave him a magic cap, the cap of darkness. And when they had put it on his head, there was no creature on the earth or in the sky, no, not even the maidens themselves, that could see him. When at last he was arrayed to their liking, they told him where he would find the Gorgons, and what he should do
Let's
to
go,
recover
kiddos.
his head and escape alive.
Run!
Then they kissed him, and wished him good luck, and bade him hasten to do the dangerous deed. Perseus
dangerous
donned the cap of
deed.
darkness, sped away and away towards the farthermost edge of the earth. And the three maidens went back to their tree to sing, to dance, and to guard the golden apples until
Should
the
make
old
an army
world
of Amazons.
should become young again. 5. The dreadful Gorgons. With the sharp sword at his side and the bright shield upon his arm, Perseus flew bravely onward in search of the dreadful Gorgons. But he had the cap of darkness upon his head, and you could no more have seen him than you can see the wind. He flew so swiftly that it was not long until he had crossed the mighty ocean which encircles the earth, and had come to the sunless land which lies beyond. And then he knew, from what the maidens had told him, that the lair of the Gorgons could not be far away. He heard a sound, as if of someone breathing heavily, and he looked around sharply to see where it came from. Among the foul weeds which grew close to the bank of a muddy river, there was something which glittered in pale light. He flew a little nearer, but he did not dare to look straight forward, lest he should all at once meet the gaze of a Gorgon and be changed into stone. So he turned around and held the shining shield before him in such a way that by looking into it, he could see objects behind him, as in a mirror. Ah, what a dreadful sight it was. Half hidden among the weeds lay the three monsters, fast asleep, with their golden wings folded about them. Their brazen claws were stretched out as though ready to seize their prey, and their shoulders were covered with sleeping snakes. The two largest of the Gorgons lay with their heads tucked under their wings, as birds hide their heads when they go to sleep. But the third, who lay between them, slept with her face turned up towards the sky, and Perseus knew that she was Medusa.
Close formation!
Very stealthily, he went nearer and nearer, always with his back towards the monsters, always looking into his bright shield to see where to go. Then he drew his sharp sword,
Just sitting there.
dashing
Come on.
quickly downward, struck a back blow, so sure, so swift, that the head of Medusa was cut from her shoulders and the black blood gushed like a river from her neck. Quick as thought, he thrust the terrible head
See
into
if
his
these
magic
fools are gonna
pouch
do
and
anything,
leapt
just
again
gonna sit
into the
there.
air and flew away with the speed of the wind. Then the two older Gorgons awoke and rose with dreadful screams and spread their great wings and dashed after him. They could not see him, for the cap of darkness hid him from even their eyes, but they scented the blood of the head which he carried in the pouch, and like hounds in the chase, they followed him, sniffing the air. And as he flew through the clouds, he could hear
Okay, so
their
shit, I
dreadful
guess we're
cries and
attacking
the clatter
first.
of their golden wings and the snapping of their horrible jaws. But the magic slippers were faster than any wings, and in a little while, the monsters were left far behind. And their cries
Hold the
were heard no
position!
more, and Perseus flew on alone. 6. The Great Sea Beast.
Archers!
Perseus soon crossed the ocean and came again to the land of the west. Far below him he could see the three maidens
Archers!
dancing around the golden tree. But he did not stop, for now that he had the head of Medusa safe in a pouch at his side, he must hasten home. Straight east he flew over the great sea, and after a time he came to a country where there were palm trees and pyramids and the seashore, and a great river flowing from the south. Here, as he looked down, a strange sight met his eyes. He saw a beautiful girl chained to a rock by the seashore, and far away a huge sea beast swimming towards her to devour her. Quick as thought, he flew down and spoke to her, but as she could not see him from the cap of darkness which he wore, his voice only frightened her.
It's about time we're
Then
moving
Perseus
shit.
took off his cap and stood upon the rock, and when the girl saw him with his long hair and wonderful eyes and laughing face, she thought him the handsomest youth in the world. "Oh, save me!" she cried, as she reached out her arms towards him. Perseus drew his sharp sword and cut the chain which held her, and then lifted her high up upon the rock. But by this time the sea monster was close at hand, lashing the water with his tail, and opening his wide jaws as though he would swallow not only Perseus and the young girl, but even the rock on which they were standing. He was a terrible fellow, and yet not half so terrible as the Gorgon. As he came roaring towards the shore, Perseus lifted the head of Medusa from his pouch and held it up. And when the beast saw the dreadful face, he stopped short, and was turned into stone. And men say the stone beast may be seen in that self-same
shooting!
this day. Then Perseus slipped the Gorgon's head back into the pouch and hastened to speak with the young girl whom he had saved. She told him that her name was Andromeda, and she was the daughter of the king of that land. She said that her mother, the queen, was very beautiful and very proud of her beauty, and every day she went down to the seashore to look at her face as it was pictured in the quiet water, and she had boasted that not even the nymphs who live in the sea were as handsome as she. When the sea nymphs heard about this, they were very angry, and asked great Neptune, king of the sea, to punish the queen for her pride. So Neptune sent a sea monster to crush the king's ships, kill the cattle along the shore, and break down all the fishermen's huts. The people were so much distressed that they sent at last to ask the Pythia what they should do. And the Pythia said that there was only one way to save the land from destruction, that they must give the king's daughter Andromeda to the monster to be devoured. The king and the queen loved their daughter very dearly, for she was their only child, and for a long time they refused to do as the Pythia told. But day after day, the monster laid waste them, and threatened to destroy not only the farms, but the towns, and so they were forced in the end to give up Andromeda to save their country. This, then, was why she had been chained to the river on the shore and left there to perish in the jaws of the beast. While Perseus was yet talking with Andromeda, the king and the queen were very confident who came down the shore weeping and tearing their hair. They were sure that by this time the monster had devoured saving Andromeda's life, he said, "Give her to me for my wife." This pleased the king very much, and so on the seventh day, Perseus and Andromeda were married, and there was a great feast in the king's palace, and everybody was merry and glad. And the two young people lived happily for some time in the land of palms and pyramids. And from the sea to the mountain is nothing.
Taga, good morning. I hope it's cooled off out there, man.
For the magic slippers could not carry both him and his bride through them. The ship came to land at the very spot where the wooden chest had cast so many years ago. Perseus and his bride walked through the fields towards the town. Now, the wicked king of that land had never ceased trying
Good
to
morning.
persuade Danae.
Man, you better stay in the AC. Go get in that pool, man.
Threatened, the more she disliked him. At last, when he found that she could
I'm in here in my ice box until October.
he would kill her. And on this very morning,
I hope you guys are doing good.
sword in hand,
I hope you get some good rest, Crimson.
so as Perseus and Andromeda,
Man, it is where you guys are. It is where it's really not that bad in Gettysburg. We've actually had a pretty mild summer, I think. But everywhere around us, it's hot as
Danae
hell.
was so frightened that she
We're
did
gonna
not see
die.
Perseus, but ran right
We're
on
gonna die.
towards the only place of safety. For it was a law of
We
that
won.
land that not even the king should be allowed to harm anyone who took refuge on the
Taga
old
Brasidas.
When Perseus
We
saw
won.
the king
Kick
rushing
ass.
like a madman after his mother, he threw himself before him and bade him stop. But the king struck at him furiously with his sword. Perseus caught the blow on his shield, and at the same moment took the head of Medusa from his magic pouch. "I promised to bring you a present, and here it is," he cried. The king saw it, and was turned into stone just as he stood, with his sword uplifted and that terrible look of anger and passion in his face. The people of the island were glad when they learned what had happened, for no one loved the wicked.
So this is Sparta, the
Glad
Warlord
too,
edition.
Perseus had come home again and had brought with him his beautiful wife Andromeda. So, after they had talked the matter over among themselves, they went to him and asked him to be their king. But he thanked them and said that he would rule over them for one day only, and that then he would give the kingdom to another, so that he might take his mother back to her home, her kindred in distant lands. On the morrow, therefore, he gave the kingdom to the kind man who had saved his mother and himself from the sea. And then he went on board his ship with Andromeda and Daniel.
It's 33.
And sailed away across the sea.
Yeah, you guys have a red alert.
8. The Deadly.
That was it. There's just a couple of minutes left of that. And welcome, guys. I'm about spent. Hang on with you guys. Crimson, thanks for hanging out. Taga, good morning. Yeah, you must be getting up, dude. Probably be up for a little bit, haven't you? You said I have your full attention, but I already did all my talking. Oh, I'll be up for a little bit. I'll be up for a little bit, and then I don't know. I need some food, something. Want something? Want something? I feel just like little Charlie Bucket in a chocolate factory. You stay cool over there, man. And Crimson, I hope you rest well. Welcome to Greece. No shit. Man, we get to go on a cool time machine vacation. So we were awarded our own fortress. The King of Sparta awarded us a fortress, so we got our first fortress lot tonight. We had a bunch of sieges. We were awarded our first fortress. Last time we streamed Sparta, we got married. And we were awarded, I think, 4 villages. Gosh, I've been playing this mod for almost 10 years. So thanks for tuning into it. Right on. Sleep shit, I'm in bed, you guys. Like when I'm hanging out on you guys' stream, but when I'm not, I'm in and out of bed. The past couple of days I've been in and out of bed a lot. It's just narcolepsy, I'm just tired. And it'll, you know, that's the way it goes. So the downside is I have narcolepsy. I've been sleeping a lot the past couple of days, so I get plenty of sleep. That's the downside. The upside is, yeah, I'm a professional napper. Everybody always wants...
Hello, out there in TV land.
Mighty Tyrannus, welcome. The downside is I have narcolepsy. The upside is everybody always wants to have naps. I get naps all the time. So I get free naps. That's the upside. I sleep for a long period of time over days. Yeah, see, that's like narcolepsy, man, because narcolepsy isn't like what people see on TV. Narcolepsy is most often accompanied by insomnia. And so that pattern, yeah, I suppose. And welcome, and hey, good evening. Good Monday morning. I'm pretty spent. But, welcome, Tyrannus. Long period of time. What you just described, Crimson, is like narcolepsy in a nutshell. It's just like that. A lot of people have narcolepsy and they don't even know it. I didn't know it. I didn't know I had narcolepsy until the doctors from Social Security diagnosed me with it. It is late. It's freaking 1:15 in the morning. Holy cow. That's just another upside with narcolepsy, though. Time doesn't matter. When you get narcolepsy like I have, time doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what day or time it is. You just do your thing, no matter if it's morning, noon, or night. Adapt and overcome. Adapt and live the... I used to say adapt and overcome all the time until I ended up in a wheelchair. And then I'm like, adapt and do your best to live your best life, you know? So right on, keep smiling. May the gloom find you smiling. May the gloom find you always finding the upside in every downside as best as you can. Rock and roll. Taga, dude, Taga, you gotta do the freaking, you gotta do the, pools and swim trunks stream. Taga has a pool. Man boobs and baby pools, right? So I'm gonna get a baby pool out here on the crow's nest, out here on my deck. Fill it with ice. I'll be out there in my Speedo, right? My Willy Wonka Speedo, maybe the Spider-Man Speedo. In the baby pool full of ice, right? Man boobs and baby pools. Are you kidding me? Bikinis and hot tubs? I'll put that shit to shame. Are you nuts? Haha, you think I'm kidding. Dude, I've been talking about the man boob hot tub stream for like a year. I'm gonna do the man boob ice cube stream. You just wait. I want to do freaking, I want to do wheelchair boxing. I want to kick someone's ass from my wheelchair. Hey, you guys, would you guys be interested in seeing martial arts weapons demonstrations from a wheelchair? I thought about doing that. Taking nunchucks outside on the deck, turning the stream on, that would be fun. Dude, are you... Oh, dude, you know where I live, Taga? Where I live is at the... here in Pennsylvania, where I used to live in Mount Gretna, not far from here, is the oldest permanent Renaissance fair, medieval fair in the country. It's like 18 acres. And it's Mount Gretna, Mount Hope, and the Pennsylvania Renaissance Fair. It's the oldest, and it's permanent. It's a permanent medieval village, and there's jousting there. I love it, dude. It's a riot. They got this freaking English. This guy's from the UK. He's a longbowman. This guy, man, he can hit a freaking target from a mile away. It's unreal. This guy's so good. This old guy. It's really awesome. I just go for my favorite part, right? You were saying the jousting. Dude, I got pictures. I'll have to post them on the Discord. But dude, I love to go for the great big giant freaking turkey leg. And then we watch the Queen's chest where the king and the queen, they play chess, and like knights and jesters move around a giant chessboard. It's a lot of fun. They have a full-size pirate ship there. So a lot of people dress up like pirates and stuff. Awesome. Yeah, they have jousting though, man. Like a full jousting with the medieval bleachers, and you know, the king and queen have like a castle seating and shit. It's really great. And some of those jousters there at the PA Ren Fair, I've seen on that TV show, what the heck was it called? Knights of Mayhem. You guys ever see that? Knights of Mayhem? He was on the History Channel for a while, and it's like real turning jousting into an Olympic sport. And so it's pretty cool. That was bitching, man. Getting on a horse and hitting somebody bigger than you with a blunt object, that's my ticket. I'm your Huckleberry. Wouldn't it be great next couple of years I can get some leg strength up again? Get on a horse. We used to get on our ponies when we were kids, me and my brothers. We'd get on our ponies and we'd take aluminum garbage can lids and broomsticks and baseball bats, and we'd freaking fight it out on our Shetland ponies and shit, and quarter horses. We'd freaking bash each other up. Until one day I put nails in the end of my baseball bat and I tore the shield right off his hand. I think we were like 12. Oh man, jousting. You just had to say jousting. You guys remember the old Atari game, Joust? You guys are cool. You're cool. You're lovely. You're wicked. You're my favorite jouster. You're my favorite nipple tassel. Oh, you little waterproof nipple taper. How are you, Tyrannus? hope you're well. And I hope it's not too hot where you are. I'll tell you what though, in Gettysburg it doesn't really seem like it's been too bad. We've had most of our summers been in the 80s. You guys are all having a heat wave everywhere. I'm watching season 7 of Fear of the Walking Dead. I have a Walking Dead game coming up. I'm going to be streaming, you guys. Yeah, dude, that's what I read. I was looking at the weather on my phone. One of the alerts I got was an article about red alert, first ever red alert heat wave in the UK. I was like, damn. And I'm like, we're sitting here and it's like 80, it's pleasant here, really. It's probably 70 out right now. It's World MS Day every day. Yes, indeed. Jewelry stuff. You should, that'd be awesome. Pardon me. My ex-wife used to make jewelry and do, she started a website, it became pretty big. It was called Stitching Bitches Family Crafters, and there were a bunch of Deadhead girls. But she used to make jewelry and sell it on Dead Tour, and then later at the, what was it called? The Irish folk fairs, the Irish festivals. That'd be cool, man. You should do that, Crimson. Yep. Crafty stuff's great, man. Crafty streams like that, like what you do, Crimson, are nice streams to just hang out on, you know? Dude, I'm just gonna run a full-time, like, you can stream, I think, for 48 hours straight before you have to reset your stream. So I'm just gonna do a narcolepsy stream. I'm just gonna do a narcolepsy stream. Yep, sit here and nap. I hope you guys like the stories. I hope you guys like the lore. Some of the audio that I had to share. I know Raiko always enjoys that. Sometimes I'll turn my stream on at like midnight and play some audio. 3 cams. Right on. That's a fun old mod. I need to wrap that mod up that I was working on and put a link out there for anyone who wants to download it. Taga, have you ever played Warband? And we were playing Sparta. There's nothing there. No? Yeah. I need to upload this. Sounds good. Taga, dude, Taga, that freaking barbecue that you had going on was rocking. Crimson, that pizza looked delicious. Tyrannus, what did you have? What was your favorite thing that you guys ate this weekend? Mine was ice cream. Food. Smoking cider and fell asleep. Right on, I bet. I bet. Crimson was chowing on some awesome pizza. I had tortellini. That's what I had it up. I just remembered. I had meat and cheese tortellini, some butter and herbs. That's what I ended up having. Cheeseburger from Cheesecake Factory. Only thing I had, like, good thing I had this week. Yeah. I've never had one. I don't think I've ever eaten at a Cheesecake Factory. I don't think so. Cheeseburger sounds good. And my friends, I am going to bid you. We found all your stuff. Good deal. I'm going to bid you all a very good night. I'm going to bid you all adieu. Please rest well, and please be safe, and please dream awesome dreams. I'll see you guys all real soon. I'm pretty spent. And so thanks for the chat. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed the stories and the lore and the tales and a little bit of Sparta. And thanks for looking at the work that I did on this mod. You guys rock. And Tyrannus, welcome. Crimson, hope to see you streaming tomorrow. Taga, I'll be see you streaming soon. Rest well, y'all. Big hugs. Please be safe. Keep smiling. Smoke them if you got them.